Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the 7th Indonesian Finance Association International Conference. Thank you to each and every one of you. It is a privilege to have you here with us on the second day of 7th Indonesian Finance Association International Conference. I would love to welcome the distinguished speakers of today, Professor Robin Kechao, President of the Asian Finance Association, National Chengchi University, Taiwan, Mr. Arne Hartman, CEO of PT Amalan International Indonesia, Professor Mariam Dagan, Professor of Banking and Finance, University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. Also welcome Board of Commissioners and Directors of Self-Regulatory Organization Indonesia Stock Exchange, ID Clear, and the Indonesia Central Securities Depository. Also welcome Prof. Irwan Adi Eka Putra, the President of Indonesian Finance Association. Welcome, Pak. Professor Edward Rustandelilin, Chair of Advisory Board Indonesia Finance Association. Welcome, Prof. And Dr. Leo Indrawardana. Welcome, Pak Leo, and all IFA organizing committee. The 7th Indonesian Finance Association International Conference is supported by IFA, IDX, KPAA, KC, Universitas 11 Maret, Universitas Gajah Mada, Universitas Indonesia, Universitas Lampung, and Universitas Samratulangi. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for your endless support and collaboration. Quickly, I would like to share the agenda of today. In today's session, we'll be having plenary session 1 with Professor Robin Kechao, President of Asian Finance Association, National Chengchi University, Taiwan. Plenary session 2 with Mr. Arne Hartman, CEO of PT Amalan International Indonesia. And plenary session 3 with Professor Mariam Dagan, Professor of Banking and Finance, University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. All right. Now, for the first plenary session, an outstanding speaker, Professor Robin Kechao, the President of Asian Finance Association, National Chengchi University, Taiwan. And this session will be facilitated by our moderator, Professor Tri Gunarsih from Universitas Teknologi Yogyakarta. Professor Tri Gunarsih, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Adesya. Very good morning for all of you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to plenary session 1, day 2. We have Professor Robin Kechao here. Before he deliver his presentation, I would like to read brief CV, his CV, short CV, but so outstanding and inspiring CV. Professor Robin Kechao is Distinguished Professor at Finance and Associate Dean for Research at College of Commerce, National Chengchi University, NCCU, Taiwan. Prof. Chou currently serves as the President of Asian Finance Association. Professor Chou's academic research has concentrated mostly on investment, market microstructure, and behavioral finance, and his work has been published widely in renowned international journals, including Journal of Financial and Quantitative Analysis, Journal of Corporate Finance, Financial Management, Journal of Banking and Finance, Journal of Empirical Finance, and Pacific Basin Finance Journal. Research area explored by Professor Chou include the efficiency of market structure designs, the effect of market liberalization, the trading behavior, and biases of different traders types, and how investor sentiment affects stock returns. Professor Chou received a Bachelor of Arts degree from NCCU, an MBA degree from University of California, Riverside, and a doctoral degree from the University of Iowa. At NCCU, Prof. Cho received Distinguished Research Awards in 2020 and also Outstanding Research Awards from 2012 through 2019 and Outstanding Teaching Awards in 2014, 2015, 2017, and 2018. Prof. Cho also won Outstanding Scholar Award from the Taiwan Ministry of Science and Technology from 2011 through 2020. What an outstanding CV and so inspiring all of us here. And Professor Cho would like to, to deliver his paper about CAO neuroticism and corporate cash holdings, evidence from CAO's tweet on Twitter. This is also an interesting topic of research and also new issue, I guess. So, folks, so you have 45 minutes to deliver your presentation, and the screen is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Ganesh, for your kind introduction. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Indonesian Finance Association for the kind invitation. Second year straight online plenary session. It's my great honor. And well, first of all, I'd like to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, no matter where you are. And hopefully we can see each other in person next year. So this online thing is getting a bit boring. Okay, so let me start by sharing my screen and my presentation. Okay, so as you can see, I personally believe that this is a very interesting topic because I have been working in behavioral finance for the past 15 to 20 years. And I always get amazed how personal characteristics or, traits, personal traits can affect corporate finance and investment decisions. So this is very different from what the traditional rational assumptions of economics would talk about, because in traditional economic study, we first of all assume all the possibility of personal effects or influences away, because we start with the rational assumptions. But the more that I look at the corporate decisions and investment decisions, I become a strong believer that personal traits can actually and have a great influences on how people make finance or other decisions. So this is a paper talking about CEO neuroticism and corporate cash holding. I'll define what neuroticism is in a minute. We can collect CEO's tweets on Twitter and put it in an IBM algorithm to extract the personal traits. So again, I'll also talk about the algorithm that we used, which is publicly available from IBM, so anyone can use it and replicate our results. Okay, so there's a growing empirical literature which shows that the CEO's personal traits can influence corporate decisions, as I talk about. So personal traits affect the election of top executives, and they also affect executive pay, cost of capital, stock price crash risk, and earning quality, and so on and so forth. As you can see, most of those papers, these papers are pretty new. So this is a not fully explored area. And again, I personally think that it's worthwhile to, for those who are interested, this is a very interesting and fruitful area to pursue. And so how do we measure CEO personality? In literature, we can use the following proxies. First is so-called the cultural heritage, where you're from, okay, the culture that you grow up with. And they'll have a important impact on how you act. And also researchers have found that early life experiences, such as, military experience, whether you went through a drought or economic booms or downturns, will affect your later finance decisions as CEO. So this is also very interesting. And our paper focus on the so-called big five characteristics of psychology. Okay, I'll talk about what those big fives are. So there are five major characteristic, defined by the psychologist, and defined basically they define how people will react to certain situations with different personal characteristics. So our paper falls into this category, and the reason that we thought or we think this is a better approach is that this actually measures the things that you said, okay? Instead of those early experiences, that's we think it's a bit more difficult to measure. And well, certainly early life experiences or cultural shape your actions or behaviors. But I think the most recent tweets or most recent articles that you wrote can better reflect who you are and how you would react to certain situations. So we focus on these five big characteristics and try to measure one of these characteristics, which is neuroticism, and see how that would affect person's CEO's decision. Okay, so I'm going to go through quickly those big five traits that includes openness, conscientiousness, extraversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. So in this paper, we'll focus on neuroticism. The reason is that many other big five personal traits have been done in the literature. So we want to explore something that people haven't really focused on. So for example, openness lead to more R&D, conscientious leads to less sales growth, meaning that you're more cautious, and extraversion leads to higher risk-taking for CEOs. So these are related studies that, these are the studies that related to ours. So what is neuroticism, okay? Neurotic persons are more likely to be nervous, moody, impulsive, and temperamental because they constantly pay attention to what other people's, how other people's perceive them. So they're more conscious about the outside environment. They get nervous pretty quickly. And sometimes, well, put it simply, sometimes they think that the world evolves around them. So they're the center of the world. So they get nervous and get temperamental and impulsive, moody very quickly because, they constantly receive signals from outside and try internalize them. So these personalities will make neurotic individual to have higher aloneness level, okay, lower interpersonal trust levels, but they do have stronger interpersonal perceptions. So we think this is a very interesting personal trait. On the one hand, you constantly monitor what's happening outside, but you sort of at the same time you're segregating yourself from the outside world, okay? Because you are more introversion to yourself, but you constantly monitor outside signals and try to understand how other people look at you. So you get nervous, you're always, sometimes you're temperamental, impulsive, and gets moody, okay? All right, so I guess that everybody knows this guy, right? The CEO of Tesla, Elon Musk, okay? Neuroticism represents a negative emotion, okay? But interestingly, it does not necessarily make neurotic individual a worse decision maker. So this is one of the more interesting results that we find because people usually thought that the neuroticism is a negative emotion. So it should actually make people, it should actually induce people to make worse decisions, but that's not always true because Elon Musk publicly admitted to being impulsive. So that's one type of neurotic tendency, okay? And the cash ratio of Tesla is up to 27.6%. And this is way above the average cash ratio of American corporations, which is around 15%. Okay, so we'll talk about this. We'll give a broad, we'll base our study on a big sample study. It's not event study. So we'll also give you several examples later about how, those famous people and how what their neurotic scores look like, and what their corporate cash holding look like. Okay. So we hand collect S&P 1,500 company CEOs tweets on Twitter and calculate their neuroticism score. So that's a lot of work. I thank my co-authors to have done most of those work. So we connect CEO neuroticism to precautionary motives of cash holding, because the hypothesis is that we hypothesize that neurotic CEOs, if they're managing a firm that has more precautionary motive to save cash, then they will save even more. Okay, because the environment, their corporate environment, induce them to be more cautious and save more cash. So we'll define what precautionary motive is in a minute. And according to Dalton, one of the critical questions of liquidity management is the distribution of financing sources between risky and non-risky assets. So cash holding policy is directly related to liquidity management. So the idea is actually simple. We think that the neurotic CEOs will be more cautious because they're moody, they get nervous pretty quickly, so they tend to save more cash. And this phenomenon will be stronger for those firms that facing higher precautionary motive of cash holdings. Okay, so I actually talk about some of these ideas already. Personality is likely related to cash holding because that's a risk-free asset. So distribution of risky and risk-free asset and liquidity management, they're all related. So individual decision has a positive effect. Psychology has a positive effect on finance decisions. So neurotic individuals tend to avoid risky choices because they're relatively pessimistic about the future. These are the related papers. Most of these papers on the left bottom corner are from psychology journals. So in a sense that we are bridging psychology studies with the finance studies. So on the bottom right, those are finance studies. So what finance people have found is that the firm is likely to save cash today when it predicts worse operating performances in the future. So if you're more neurotic, you tend to save more cash because you are more pessimistic about your future prospects. Okay, so these are the main findings that we found from this paper. So I'm going to go through those, so sort of give you a big picture of what we have found. So we do find that neurotic CEOs tend to hold more cash. And CEO neuroticism effect is more pronounced for firms with higher precautionary motives of cash holdings. And the cash held by neurotic CEOs, interestingly, okay, as I said, neuroticism is sometimes regarded as negative emotion, but interestingly, it's actually associated with higher firm values and low credit risk. So when we first saw these results, we were also surprised because, as I say, neuroticism seems to be bad, but on the other hand, that makes you pay more attention to your outside environment because you have a stronger interpersonal perceptions. So you pay attention to outside world and the economic downturns, the possibility of your future prospects, firms prospects, and so on and so forth. So that those actions increase cash holdings actually enhance your firm value and lower your credit risk. Okay. So hypothesis, I actually talked about this already. So first hypothesis is that we hypothesize neurotic CEOs are more likely to save cash than other CEOs because they tend to avoid risk and complicated financial choices due to their adverse emotional reactions. So CEO's personality would affect the corporate decisions. Neurotic CEOs may hold more non-risky assets. So the basic idea is taken from Dodgen 2017, because he pointed out that neurotic CEOs may hold more non-risky assets, and that's exactly what, cash in our paper. Okay. Hypothesis 2, the increase in the following uncertainty related to cash flow can increase neurotic CEOs' anxiety. So this is the so-called, we call those precautionary motives. So if a firm is more financially constrained, then the need of external financing is stronger for such firms. So financial constraints can be measured from the methods in the literature, and those are pretty technical. So because I have limited time, so I won't talk about those technicalities of calculating variables. But if you're interested, you're very welcome to write me an email. I can send you the full paper. Okay, all the calculation procedures, all the variable definitions, and those I'm going to skip because this is limited time, and I'm just want to give you a general idea about what we have done. And secondly, we also measure the volatility of internal cash flow, and this is also a pretty standard measure for precautionary motive. So if a firm faces higher volatility of their internal cash flows, then they're more financially constrained, and there are more uncertainties about their future cash flow, then they have higher precautionary motives to save. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. And also because R&D investment involves a lot of risk and uncertainty. So for firms that has higher R&D investment requirement, they also have more or higher precautionary motives to save cash currently. Okay, they also have higher precautionary motive to save now. Okay, to cope with the future uncertainties of R&D investment. Okay, so hypothesis 3 is that cash can actually benefit firms. I also talk about this. It allows financial constrained firms to undertake value increasing projects. Okay, this is not something that we create out of nothing. The literature has shown that saving cash can actually benefit the firm under certain circumstances, because traditionally we thought that the cash is costly because it generates minimum returns, right? The interest rate is low if you just put it in the bank. But when you have potential to undertake value increasing, when you don't have money, then you lost that opportunity. But you have cash on hand, and here, if value increasing project comes up, you can take on those projects very quickly. Okay, so it also helps financial constraint firms to avoid negative outcomes during economic downturn. So that's why the credit risk can be reduced by excess cash holdings. Okay, so these are the data. I'm not going to go through the details. We have financial statement data from CompuStat, CRISP, to calculate stock price and credit rating, and we use Executcom CEO to get CEO information. And we use that CEO personal tweet account, what they say, to calculate their neuroticism score. I'll talk about this in a minute. The sample period is from 1991 to 2018. Then we exclude financial firms, utility firms, and ADR. Those are pretty standard procedure in the literature. So how do we calculate neuroticism score? It's actually available online. If you would like, you can log on to IBM's Watson Personal Insights to calculate the neuroticism score for any articles. Okay, so basically, let's look at this. It derives insights from social media, enterprise data, or other digital communications. The service uses linguistic analytics to infer individuals' intrinsic personality characteristics from digital communications such as email, text message, tweets, and forum posts. So simply, you can download those posts, email, text message, and throw it into IBM's Watson Personal Insight service. of course, it's not entirely free. If you're using those intensively, you get charged. Okay, they do sell the service, but if you use it lightly, they're light versions or free versions of this API. So it's actually very interesting to check out. Okay, so so we retrieve all tweets data. Okay, and then use the IBM Watson personality insights to calculate. And finally, we have 287 CEOs with 9,045 firm quarter observations due to various data missing problems. Okay, so and then again, not all S&P 15, S&P 1,500 companies, the CEOs, not every one of them has a Twitter account. So that's why we have a lot more or less Twitter accounts available, because some CEOs, they don't like to express their opinions publicly. Okay, and this is one of the example. Okay, again, this is just give you a general idea about what those tweets look like. And this is the CEO of CKE Restaurant on 2018 September 15th. He tweet, if it doesn't mean being miserable and so on and so forth. So from this article, you can sort of sense that this guy is pretty confident. Okay, he speaks with a affirmative tones, and he expresses his standings very clearly. He's a rightist. Okay, so he's criticizing the leftist for ruining the economy. Okay, so finally, we calculate a neuroticism score for this CEO, which is 0.109. What does that mean? That means this CEO falls on the 11th percentile of the neuroticism score among all CEOs in our sample. So our neuroticism score is a relative score. It's not the absolute score. It's a percentile. Okay, so for example, we have 100 CEOs. Okay, then if you rank 11th, that means you are the bottom 11th percentile of neurotic CEOs. Okay, if you rank 99%, that means that you are very neurotic, because out of all sample CEOs, you rank 99%. Okay, so it's not again, not absolute score, it's a relative score. And these are another two big guys that everybody knows. Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon, and Warren Buffett, the most successful individual investor around the world. If you check neurotic score, Jeff Bezos scores 0.35. Okay, Amazon has a cash ratio of 44.2. Warren Buffett's company has a cash ratio of 16.3, a lot less, right? And that's, this is not a very concrete evidence, but this is just show you one of the two examples. So Warren Buffett scores 0% in neurotic score. That means that Warren Buffett is the least neurotic CEOs in our sample. Okay, so he speaks with great confidence, right? And he knows what he's doing, and he's very open, conscientious, and extroversion, but not very agreeable, because we all know that he has his own opinions and perspectives on many things. Okay. So this is the first set of results. So as you can see here, neuroticism is positively related to all cash measures that we're using. We use 5 cash measures that they're usually found in literature, okay, to be robust, to make our results more robust. So the raw cash levels is positively related to neuroticism, excess cash, log cash of over total assets, cash over market value equity, and cash over market value assets. All those are positively and significant at the 1% level. Okay, so these results support our hypothesis one, that neuroticism is indeed positively related to cash. And secondly, we separate neuroticism into its 6 facets, because during the calculation, we also can measure the scores of 6 facets of neuroticism, which includes anger, anxiety, depression, self-consciousness, moderation, and vulnerability. And all those six faucets are positively related to cash holdings. And this, this is a very strong result supporting our first hypothesis again. So no matter the sub-characteristic or sub-faucets you're looking at, neuroticism overall has a very positive effect on cash flows. And we think that, again, as I said, depression has been shown to be related to corporate decisions, but those papers on the bottom, they look at the early life experiences induced depressions. And our methods or approaches a bit different. We look at what you said, okay, publicly to measure how depressed or how anxious you are or how angry you are. And then we thought, okay, our argument is that we thought this is a much better measure and more accurate measure than the early life experiences based measures. So the effect of neuroticism via each faucets, and we use a so-called path analysis. Again, I'm not going to go to the details, but as you can see, neuroticism is most related to moderation. So among six faucets, path analysis showed that moderation explains about 40.3% of CO's neuroticism effect. And we also use the path analysis to decompose where does the cash saving come from. And we found that the COs tend to save cash from internal cash flows with 27.67%. And also they are more likely to save from external cash flow, especially equity issuance. So equity issuance account for 70%, around 70% of all cash savings by the neurotic COs. Okay. And these are the results for hypothesis 2. In hypothesis 2, we propose that the firms that are that have stronger precautionary motive to save, they will actually save more. So we use the financial constraint, okay, cash flow volatility, and the amount of R&D. So if neuroticism CO tend to save more in financially constrained firms, then this coefficient will be positive. Okay, this is exactly what we found. And for cash flow volatility results, it's weak and does not support our second hypothesis. But for R&D, again, the coefficients are positively significant. So that means that firms that are more financially constrained and spend more on R&D, if the CEOs are neurotic, then they tend to save even more, okay? Because these are exactly the firm that have higher or stronger motives to save precautionarily, okay? Again, because you're facing uncertainty in the future, you're more financially constrained and you tend to save more, okay? Especially when you're neurotic, okay? So these are what these results are showing. And next we show how the results for hypothesis 3, we try to show how cash savings by neurotic CEOs would affect firm value. And again, how cash saving can affect firm value, the methodology is well established in the literature. So again, I'm not going to go through the details, but roughly speaking, if you check the coefficient here, for each dollar saved, okay, each more dollar saved by the firm value will increase by 1.35, okay, 1.35. So for every dollar saved, you get the extra benefit of 35 cents, not just $1, okay? So a dollar is worth more for certain firms if you're in need of cash or you are financially constrained. Okay, so this is a very interesting result here, very strong, interesting result. A firm's net worth increased up to $6.72 for 1% rise in CEO's neuroticism level, together with $1 increase in cash. So this is what this coefficient is showing. So for neurotic CEOs, they save cash, and the cash can increase the firm value up to $6, okay, 6 times. And this is extremely strong. And we also separate the neuroticism into their 6 facets, and the results are generally consistent with the overall score. Okay, all right. And we also look at the how precautionary motive and would affect value of cash. So this is a triple interaction. Okay, in addition to neuroticism and cash, how would those affect firm value? Now we add another dummy variable, which is financial constraint and cash flow volatility and R&D. And what this means is that for firms with a neurotic CEO, when they have higher or stronger motives to save, then cash savings would induce higher increase in firm values. Okay, again, these are economically and statistically significant. All right, they're just not just statistically significant. They're very economically significant. Okay, all right, and finally, we look at how CEO neuroticism would affect credit risk. We use the default distance, okay, and take a negative sign and take log. These are also very standard in the literature to make it a linear variable, okay, to put in the regression. And because the DD variable itself is negative, so we get the negative sign. And okay, this is a small technical problem here because firms with high neuroticism score might use less stats because their CEOs are more cautious, neurotic. So they make them, which will make them less risky in general. So this is so-called omitted variable problem. So it would induce endogeneity. So we use the propensity score matching method to find a matching firm with same debt, same financial characteristics with but without a neurotic CEO to match them together and calculate the difference in their DD scores. Okay, so this sort of a difference in difference method. So what we found here is that for treatment firms with neurotic CEOs, when they save more cash, then the credit risk would drop. Okay, negatively significant. Okay, so the takeaways from this table is actually simple. Neurotic CEOs, when they save cash, they increase firm value. At the same time, they'll also decrease their credit risk. Okay, so we have various other additional tests. I'm going to talk about a bit more interesting ones. We actually have a lot more in our paper. So if you're interested, you can take a look at our paper. So we also look at how CEOs could have other characteristics that will also affect their decision. We have to control for other characteristics. We also control for CEOs' age, gender, tenure, and the level of overconfidence. These supposedly are, maybe are also likely to correlate it with neuroticism. And we also examine the role of managerial ability, okay, according to the measure on 2012. So we control other variables, okay? And when we control for other variables, our neuroticism effects are still strongly positively related to cash holdings. So this means that our results are not induced by other related CEO characteristic, including age, gender, tenure, overconfidence, and managerial ability, so on and so forth. And we also, this is the results I like a lot. We also look at whether CEOs would learn from their past experiences. So if you're neurotic CEOs, after dot-com crash, this is 2000 dot-com crash, or post-financial crisis is 2008 financial crisis. So post dot-com crash or post-financial crisis, those are dummy variables. It's 0 before the event, 1 after the event. So what we can see here is that after controlling other variables, if you're a neurotic CEO, you do learn from your past experiences, especially from financial crisis. Okay, so after financial crisis, you become more conservative. You actually become more cautious, and then you tend to save more cash. So the 2008 financial crisis, which results from banking pandemic, causes a large effect on neurotic CEOs' cash holding decisions. We actually, this is still a work in progress. We'll also like to check whether these increasing savings after financial crisis, how would they affect firm values and credit and the credit risk. Okay, we're working on that, but the results are already extensive. Okay, and then so let me make a quick conclusion, and I would be happy to take any questions that you might have. So when cash holding act as a risk management tool, we show that the CEO's personal preferences for risky assets can alter his or her corporate cash holding policy. So put it simply, if you're a neurotic CEO, you are more moody, you are more cautious, and you have a pessimistic prospect about future firms' performances, more likely to have those pessimistic perspectives. So you tend to save more cash. Okay, and then interestingly, as I say, we find that people tend to think that the cash is costly, so saving more cash is going to damage firm value. But this is not what the literature currently found. A lot of firms, especially financially constrained firms, saving more cash is actually beneficial. So $1 saving in cash would actually create a value more than $1. So we find that the neuroticism makes CEOs more conservative by holding more cash. But interestingly, such behavior actually helps firms to increase their values and hedge potential risk because their credit risk actually drops. And then, so what's the contribution of our paper? We contribute to the literature in the following ways. First, this study focuses on the role of CEO neuroticism, finding that neurotic CEOs can benefit firms through the corporate cash holding policy. Again, we haven't, to the best of our knowledge, we haven't seen any studies in the literature that focuses on neuroticism. A lot of papers have done on other big five traits, okay, including openness and consensus, but we haven't seen any paper, on neuroticism. And we think since it's a big five traits, so I think it's worthwhile to know and understand how this neuroticism, one of the big five personal traits, would affect corporate decisions. And secondly, we use a psychology-based measure to explain corporate cash holding policy, which is not from their early life experience or culture, because nowadays more and more studies are focusing on psychology effects on corporate and investment decisions, and we add to this line of literature, okay, expanding line of literature, and we think we have some interesting findings. And thirdly, we use a more accurate measure of CEO personality than CEO's early life experience. I also talked about this already because previous studies, they look at the early life experience. Well, we believe that they have to that early life experience to some extent does affect your behavior later on, but it's hard to measure how long they will last, okay, and how each person's early life experiences will vary through time and finally eventually affect their decisions. But for our tweet measures, those are the tweets actually written by the articles actually written by the CEO most recently. So we think that those measures are a more accurate and direct measure of how CEO's personality actually affects their decisions. So this is these are the three contributions that we think that we're adding to the paper is adding to the literature. Okay, so that's all for my presentation, and I do enjoy working on this paper, and hopefully that you have the same idea as me. Okay, right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Joe, for your presentation and interesting explanation about how personality related to cash holding. And now we have a Q&A session. For participant with question, please put your question in Q&A box. But I found one question in the chat box from Pak Iwayan Wisnu. I'd like to read for Prof. Joe. Why do CEOs like Elon Musk have the type of personality that tends to experience uncertainty? Now say yes, but tomorrow say no. Why do you think it's like that? That's a question from Pak Wayan. Please respond, Professor.
Okay, this is a very tough question. Maybe I should write an email to Elon Musk to ask him. But my guess is that, because he pays attention, as I say, a neurotic person pays attention to his environment constantly, right? So he senses something that's different today than yesterday. So some of them are very smart. Okay, so Warren Buffett, not Warren Buffett, sorry, Bezos, he scores also pretty high on neurotic scores. So some of them are very smart and they are willing to cope with the new things that they observe. So constantly changing their strategies. And that's not necessarily bad for corporations in today's environment, right? Because as we say, the product life cycle before the internet age is like 5-6 years. Now what about now if you don't change your phones every year, then you're lagging, right? So I don't know. I don't I That's only my guess because I don't really know why, but my best guess is that neurotic CEOs, they pay attention to their the world around them constantly. So they are also willing to change their ideas or their answers to questions constantly. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Chen. Any other question from the participant? Oh, Pak Lauren,
can I
there
say
is,
something?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just I'm not complaining, but I think this online conferences, as I say, is getting pretty boring. I feel like I'm like Dora, right? I put a question and answer myself. No, just kidding. Okay.
Yeah, your presentation is so interesting. So there is a question from Pak Lauren. Please,
Yeah,
Pak Lauren.
Thank you for the opportunity, Bu Tri. Good morning, Professor Robin.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
It's good. Thank you for such an interesting presentation. It's very clear, very easy to follow, and also the study is very interesting. But I have 3 important points to raise here.
Okay.
First is from the data from your presentation, you said that all CEOs have a Twitter account, yeah? So there's no missing data.
No, not all CEOs, not every CEOs. So I only have like 300 some CEOs that have Twitter accounts out of 1,500. Okay. Okay, so is there a lot of missing data or just a few missing data? Oh no, a lot of CEOs, they just don't have Twitter accounts. Okay. Because they don't like to express their opinion publicly. But you do see some CEOs, they're very active on Twitter. So we have 2 group of people, but if you don't have account, you don't have account. So there is no way to calculate your personality scores. So that's one shortcoming of such studies. Okay, and the second important point is I just wondering if all CEOs actually run their own Twitter, because some maybe CEOs, probably they're too busy and they're not the one who actually run their Twitter account, right? Yeah. I know the question you're asking, leading to like for our president, she has a Facebook page. Yes. But of course, she won't have time to manage her Facebook page, right? So I strongly believe that she has a team, okay, not just one guy, maybe. She has a team to manage the Facebook account for her. But the thing is, that's the things that you put on your personal account represent what you thought, right? Still, even though that's not your own writing, but I strongly believe that it's not an accurate measure of what you really want to say, but that can capture a great percentage of what you're really thinking. Okay. Again, thanks for pointing this out. We do have this kind of study restrictions explained in our paper. Okay. So yes, that's a legitimate question. Okay. But we cannot prove it that the CEOs actually write articles themselves. Okay.
And also, lastly is, some people use social media to build, a good image, right? So,
yeah.
In that case, their tweets may not represent their personal traits, right? So,
yeah.
what do you think about
Thanks
that?
for pointing this out. That's also another big problem of this type of studies. So we can only hope that that kind of accounts are there. There are not too many of that kind of accounts. Okay, we still believe that CEOs, they want to say what they really think, but again, yeah, it's a tough question, and there's no way we can clean it out. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, Professor.
thank you so much. Yeah, those are all very good questions and very, very critical questions. Okay.
So thank you. Professor, I found three questions in the Q&A box. I would like to read one by one and you answer one by one. Is that okay? The first is from Lydia Ivanaka Majas. The question is, are it related with theory of planned behavior?
Excuse me, where is the question?
In
Is it in the chat
Q&A
box?
box.
Okay.
Yes. It's related with theory of planned behavior.
Okay. Now I'm seeing it. It's related with theory of planned behavior. I don't think I get the question, but I think what's asking is that the theory of planned behavior. Are you talking about whether the tweets accounts are similar to the last three questions, that whether the tweets accounts are planned or are painting a rosy picture instead of truthfully represent the CEO's personality? Again, I there's no way I can answer it. I can only say that we that's the best we can do, right? We can only hope that CEOs did say what they have in their mind. If they don't, then that's that would bias our results. But remember, we have a very strong economic and statistical significant results, and those biased posts will only make our results weaker, right? So with those confounding effects, we still find pretty strong results. So I think we do have confidence in our own in the empirical results that we found. Okay. Right.
Thank you.
And which other questions should I answer?
Yeah, there are so many questions here in Q&A. So your presentation so interesting.
Okay, so
maybe you can answer from Mercy and Lorena, and then we'll go to Ibu Herlina and Pak Stephen.
Okay, let me read out the question that I'm seeing now. Based on the data, how percentage usually cash savings compared to expand company? I don't actually know what the expand company's definition, but what we found, the literature usually found that companies are holding too much cash. So it's called a excess cash puzzle, because according to traditional theory, you want to have as less cash as you can because cash is costly, right? But if you check the financial statement of high-tech companies such as Google, Apple, you will be surprised to find that cash holding comprises 50% of all assets. It's still true now for tech giants, including the Taiwan semiconductor companies. Okay, number one chip manufacturing in the world. They also have 50%. Their cash also comprises 50% of their entire assets. That's unbelievable, right? So people start to get interested or curious about why those firms are holding so much cash. So I don't really understand what expand company means, but it's a general trend. Companies are holding more and more cash through time. That's true in the US and true in other European countries, European studies. And researchers are still trying to figure out why. Okay, so that's my answer to this question. And the next one is, if a soul-set neurotic CEO actually increase the value of the company through their eccentric decisions, how it affect investor decision to the firm. Okay, it's a very interesting question. As you can see, this study can be expanded to to be done from investors' perspective. So I think this is a legit question, right? You can think about how CEOs, when they decide, neurotic CEOs, when they decide to increase cash flow and cash savings, how investors will react to such decisions. Okay, so I think this is what you're asking. That's doable. It's a very interesting idea. I don't have answer to that because we haven't done that. Okay, and if you think about it, this can also be expanded to so many other corporate financial decisions, such as investment decisions. We're talking about financing decisions, especially focused on cash decision, but you can look at the debt financing, equity financing decision, or corporate investment decisions in R&D, or corporate innovation decision. I saw another question about it, right? The patent decisions, R&D decision, all those are very interesting. Okay, and I in a sense, I don't think the increasing cash by neurotic CEOs are so-called eccentric decisions. We all have our personal traits defects, right? So like me, I get nervous pretty quickly also, right? But that doesn't make me a worse researcher. You see what I'm saying? So personal traits, it's very interesting. Sometimes you get nervous quickly. That urges you to do things better and to prepare things better beforehand, right? Because you know that you get nervous quickly, so you need to be well prepared. Okay, so it doesn't really mean a bad thing, okay? So the next question is, we know that a CEO has a strategic position for success of organization, but unfortunately, it's precisely a situation where companies facing big problems in organizations, often found behaving to save their own position. How to control the behavior of CEO who is often neurotic like this? Again, I don't have an answer to that, but to answer your question, I think this kind of study can be expanded to merger acquisition decisions. Right? Merger acquisition decisions are found to be, some of the CEOs are very self-interested. To keep their job, they'd be willing to do anything, okay? Even hurt the company, as long as they can preserve their personal benefits. So another interesting expanding of this idea is how neuroticism would play a role in merger acquisition decision. I think that kind of study can answer your question, all right? And is there any...
Prof. Joe, before you continue answering Q&A box, chat box, Bu Herlina?
Oh, yes. Good morning. Good morning, Robin.
Yeah, good morning.
I think this is interesting research, and I found that there is a puzzle between self-control and accounting mental of the CEO, right? So my question is, what is the strategy commitment of the CEO, do you think, to prevent the self-destruction regarding the neurotic behavioral?
Can you repeat your question? Sorry, I don't quite get it.
All right. I found the puzzle about the self-control and also accounting mental between the CEO who that you measure about the neurotic. So what is the commitment strategy, do you think, to prevent their self-destruction? Because I believe that sometimes they need to give more cash holding and also decrease the self-holding. So what is, I just wondering, what is the commitment strategy that the CEO adopt regarding the neurotic behavior?
Okay. Again, I don't have a question. I don't have an answer to your question because we didn't really do it. But generally, CEOs, they want to have self-control. They, first of all, for example, they need to have a very good advisor, right? A second hand, have a very good employee to control the CEO whenever he's out of control. And another thing is to tie your hands up, okay? Because we all know ourselves have some shortcomings, personal traits shortcomings. So I always tell people that if you know that you have some personal trait defects, you need to devise a self-control mechanism that would be triggered automatically when you know that you can be out of control. So for example, I told those short-term investors that you need to have a habit to invest regularly. So for example, $100 per month forcefully deducted from your personal account. Okay, so in the long run, that would accumulate and to be a very, very large sum of money. So the more I study human behavior, the more I sense that people have, as you said, usually they lost their control very quickly or very easily. So you need to devise a self-control mechanism, no matter what that is. You know, some people would hold you up when you are out of control, or some mechanical mechanisms that would force you to something at a certain time. So for example, my daughter, she has an iPhone. Every morning she set up like 5 clocks to wake herself up, right? So that's one example, is that you know, she does not have self-control to get up in the first clock rings. So when each morning 5 clocks would ring and everybody else got up except her. Okay, so I don't know if you know, there's a clock with 2 wheels. Whenever the clock sounds, the 2 wheels will spin in different frequencies. So when the clock sounds, it runs all over the places. So you have to get up. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, I know.
So those are one of the self-control mechanisms that you need to devise or design for yourself. So I think that's extremely, you actually bring up a very interesting question. I think it's extremely important for CEOs to sense their own personal traits defects and set up some sort of self-control mechanism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We still have 10 minutes left, so we can go to the question and answer box. Now we'll go to Pak Sri Aji Prabawa's question.
Okay, let me check what other question is.
Is there any relation of CEO neuroticism based on agency theory, and how your paper implication for that theory?
Is there any relation of CEO neuroticism based on agency theory? Okay. Again, I don't have specific answer to how neuroticism would affect the agency theory, but I can answer the question in a more general perspective. Now, traditionally, we think that people tend to behave badly. So when we hire them, we have internal control system to control them, right? And we check them constantly. And we have some rules and regulations to punish our employees when they did something bad. I think this is wrong. If this is a bad guy, then why do you hire him or her at the first place, right? So generally, I think we need to know a person more about how he or she will behave after he or she was hired. So you need to know what you're facing, a person, okay, not a machine. So you need to know what they are thinking and how they will behave. So that's why I personally believe that psychological traits are very important, and it has the potential to change our view on financial decisions, and also as well as human capital decisions or human resource decisions. So let me give you an example. I don't know if you heard about it, but there's a paper in Journal of Financial Economics. They study how whether CEOs has a plane, okay, a pilot license to fly a plane would affect their innovation investment or their R&D investment. I'm not talking about commercial planes, those kind of pilots. I'm talking about small planes, 1 engine, 2 engine, small planes. And those small planes, small airplanes are extremely risky to fly, but it's very popular in the US. For $20,000, $30,000, you can buy a used small airplane. So it's not very expensive. A lot of people enjoy flying in their leisure time. I once visited University of Missouri. There's a USC, University of Southern California professor. He flew himself to Missouri to present a paper. And I asked a very stupid question. I said, okay, so how many hours does it take for you to fly from California to Missouri? He was looking at me like, hey, it takes 2 days, not hours. So you have to cope with all the weather situations and risk of flying small planes. So what that paper finds is that if a CEO has a pilot license, that means he's more willing to take on risk, and he's more willing to invest in R&D. And firms actually get more patents and patent citations because you have a risk-taking CEOs, more risk-taking CEOs. So what I'm trying to express here is, again, I don't have answer to your question exactly, but we need to pay more attention to psychological traits to predict how these people would make corporate decisions. And this can be traced all the way back when you hire him. Okay, you want to hire a guy that would run by himself, would manage or self-control by himself, not from external control mechanisms. That would be too late, right? So I always said that the inner motivation is most important for your employee to be successful, not outside controls, okay, or outside regulations. Okay, so I don't know if I answered that question satisfactorily, but that's the best I can do right now. Okay. All right. And what's next? So the next is the, let me see. Can I ask Professor, a CEO decision in managerial may be collective? How to anticipate this? Okay. Yeah, that's a very legit question, because I don't have that. It's difficult. I would have to say it's difficult to separate personal decisions from collective decisions. But I think all decisions to some extent are affected by CEO personal traits. Again, from economic or econometrical or statistical viewpoint, if collective decisions is more important than personal influences of CEOs, then we won't be finding any results, right? You see what I'm saying? So the fact that we find a strong relation between CEO neuroticism with their cash saving decision indicate that CEO personally has a great influences on their cash saving decisions. Otherwise, we won't find anything, right? Okay. Now, again, it's a very legit question. All right, I don't have a better answer to that. I can only answer that from research point of view. Okay. So next question
the next,
is
Pro Pak Usman Arif.
Okay, nice to see you again. Good, nice to see you again. Okay, even though it's online, hopefully next year you'll be in person. All right. See, research and joy. Thank you. I have two questions. Firstly, how do you handle? Where is it? Oh, it disappeared. Okay.
How do you handle sarcastic tweets? That's
okay, sarcastic. Well, Usman, that's a tough question. Okay. Yeah, I can only hope that not every tweet is like that, right? Sometimes you get sarcastic tweets. Yeah, that's possible, but not all tweets will be like that, right? So it's also hard to judge which tweets are sarcastic and which are not. So that's naturally a limitation to our study, right? I can only say that, okay? Or maybe we can go back and check whether the tweets actually represent what the CEO wants to say, okay? But I don't have a solution to that yet, okay? And secondly, you can consider include the volatility of EPU to measure uncertainty pandemic in avoiding omitted variables, since I believe that neurotic scores have a positive correlation. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. As I say, this study can be expanded to many other type of research, including EPU you're talking about, because EPU is currently very hot area of study. Okay, a lot of papers are talking about how EPU's economic policy uncertainty would affect CEO decision. And thank you for the suggestion that if possible, that we can do that. Okay, right. So I pretty much answer all the questions in the box.
I guess Pak Usman is the last question. Oh, there is a question in the chat box also.
In the chat box. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, collective question. I answer that. Okay. What's the effect of sector industrial type to CEO personal decisions? Is CEO neurotic personality permanent? To your first question, I don't have results for that, but that can be done as additional tests. Okay, but I have to think more about the potential hypothesis. Okay, so means that why would it be interesting to look at how neuroticism will affect different industries differently? And second question is CEO neurotic personality permanent? Yes and no. Okay, it's a tricky question. I do believe that we have a very strong fixed effect in terms of personality, but your personality can change along through time, but I don't think it can change a lot. Okay, so is it permanent? I would say yes, but can it be changed? Yes, but not very much, I would say. So surely to simply to answer your question, if you think it's permanent, I tend to agree with you, right? We are who we are, okay? So we hardly change. That's why we have fights with our spouses all the time, right? Okay, all right.
The last
question,
and we'll end this session.
Thank you. Interesting. Found that conservative cash holding could temporarily increase firm's market value, but in the long run, highly conservative with weak confirms probability. I would see. Okay. Again, this is a very interesting question. Thank you for the suggestion. I don't have answer to that yet because we haven't checked the long-term market value changes. We only look at the short term. And this is a legitimate question. We have to, if we really want to know the long-term effect, and there is some other additional tests we need to do. Thank you so much for this interesting suggestions. We can certainly look at it in later versions or maybe do another paper. Okay. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Prof. Cho, and all of the participants and the participant as question and also suggestion. So this is the end of the parallel one, and I will end this session. So thank you so much, Prof. Cho. Could we give big applause to Prof. Cho, please?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mbak Mesia, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Professor Cho.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Robin.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Right. Thank you. Please stand by.
Stand by. Okay.
Please stay.
Okay, I'll stay.
There's another agenda.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for the wonderful sharing, Professor Robin Kechau, and the interactive session, Professor Trigunarsi. We would like to present a symbolic token of appreciation, a lifetime membership of Indonesian Finance Association, and also batik in conjunction with our batik day celebration moment. Before we continue with the group photo, so we would like to invite Professor Trigunarsi, please, to present the token of appreciation to Professor Robin Kechau, please.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Mesia. On behalf of Indonesian Finance Association, I'd like to deliver certificate of lifetime and also the batik for Prof. Cho. Hope you enjoy. Thank you, Prof. Cho, for your participation here.
All right. So also I would like to ask you guys to still stand by for a photo group because I would like to invite all guest speakers and our participants to turn on your camera, please. I will be counting down from 5 on each page. So page 1, please stand by. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, now page 2, please stand by. 4, 3, 2, 1, smile. And the last page, please stand by. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you everybody to participate in this group photo. I would like to remind everybody this event can also be accessed via YouTube Live, Indonesia Stock Exchange. Also, don't forget, please fill the attendance link of each session of today's plenary session in order to get the conference certificate. So, okay.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Robin. And
Thank
if
you,
you would like to
everybody.
listen,
Mr.
that's
Robin,
okay.
again for
Yeah.
the very interesting papers.
Thank you for the invitation. Such a kindness for the lifetime membership. Save me money. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, guys. Everybody, now we are arriving at the second plenary session with Mr. Arne Hartman, the CEO of PT Amalan International Indonesia. This session will be led by our moderator, Dr. Berto Usman from Universitas Bengkulu. Dr. Berto, please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Reisha. Thank you, Reisha. Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor for me to guide the panel session 2 for Mr. Arne Hartman. So I would like to greet everyone. Good morning and Assalamualaikum. Welcome back to the second plenary session. And we will have an outstanding keynote speaker here, Mr. Arne Hartman. Good morning, Mr. Arne. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you. Very well.
Good. Very nice. So I would like to firstly introduce Mr. Arne Hartman. He has various practical and professional experience for 20 years combined finance experience as founder and CEO of Amalan Indonesia. So this is a financial technology company based in Singapore. And also he has some professional experience in private equity investors. Arne Hartman is also a founder and CEO of Amalan International. Is an Indonesian leading consumer loan restructuring and refinancing company. Besides, he is also serving as the Vice President at General Atlantic and analyst at Merrill Lynch Global Private Equity and invested more than 3 billion in leverage buyouts and growth equity investment across Europe. Generate a return of more than 3 times for the equity investors. From the academic point of view, Arne has a very outstanding academic achievement. He did his master's in Stanford Business School and also from ESCP Europe, Oxford, Madrid, Paris. So before that, I would like to announce that Arne will have around probably 45 up to 50 minutes for his speech. And for those attendees or dear panelists, if you would like to ask some question, please note that we have a Q&A chat box under your feature menu, and you can also raise your hand if you would like to interact directly with Arne. All right, then without further ado, I would like to welcome Arne Hartman for your speech. Please, Hartman, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Berto, for the kind words. Let me share my screen. Okay, so I have to say I'm very honored to be invited here. It's not every day for me that I get to speak to a conference like that, and on a topic that is also not my usual topic. No, as a company CEO, what you do is you spend most of your time explaining what your company does, and you have a feeling about the market, but you don't really spend that much time looking up the data and making sure that what you feel is actually backed by data. So this was a very good exercise for me to do some research, and yeah. So yeah, my name is Arne Hartman. I'm founder and CEO of Amalan International. As Berto already mentioned, I have spent all my career in various parts of finance. And what I'm going to do today is share with you my perspective as a fintech founder and investor on the Indonesian and Southeast Asian market, what I've seen over the past 2 years, and some perspective maybe going forward, and all of that totally non-scientific. So obviously the world has changed over the past 20 months. And this conference today is one of many examples. No? So 20 months ago in January 2020, I'm sure none of us would have expected to do this type of conference online. So habits have changed already. And part of the topic here is digital transformation. And over the past 20 months, COVID has had many, many different impacts on the economy, on businesses, on personal lives, on all levels. But one thing that for sure is a key result of COVID is that the adoption of new technologies has been accelerated. And again, think about Zoom. None of us has done regular Zoom meetings, or I think that there's many other examples where things that we're doing now every day we didn't do in 2019. So the digital transformation of the finance market and the wider economy has been accelerated by COVID, and so has also the death of old technologies. You know? And that has its impact on consumer demand, on sales, and on jobs. And what is interesting is that with COVID, there is no, everything keeps changing. So there is, the equilibrium hasn't been found. The new normal is not there, and we don't quite know yet where that's going to be. That's why we all need to constantly adjust. And yeah, therefore, here are my observations. And one more point. So what my company does is we restructure and refinance distressed consumer loans for the borrower. And that gives a perspective that is maybe somewhat unusual. So let me quickly explain a little bit of what we do, and then it'll be easier to understand what I'm seeing and why I'm seeing that. So overall, in Southeast Asia and all over the world, so there's always people in financial distress. So that's just a normal part of the financial market. And the question is just how big is the distressed segment, and is it growing or is it shrinking? In Southeast Asia, there's many millions that are either already in default with their loans or close to defaulting. And this has immediate impact on the lives of the borrowers, because even though right now, as they have loans, they're actually part of the banked population. Once they're in default, the access to any sort of financial product gets restricted significantly. And what my company does is essentially help the borrower figure out how to settle his loans or her loans with the lenders. So the borrower comes to us, says, I have this portfolio of loans, this is my income. I can't pay all of these loans, so what do I do? And then, because we settle many thousands loans, we have a lot of data points, we have processes, and we know how to restructure. We then basically generate, similar to a GPS, a path from financial distress to sustainable financing structure, and then take the borrower all the way from A to B. So in a nutshell, you could say we're like a clinic for distressed borrowers, where people enter our clinic, go through diagnostics, and then if we're lucky, they are not in default yet, and we may find a solution to prevent default, and then that is a relatively smooth process to rebuilding the borrower's credit. And otherwise, it's a more painful process to go through thorough restructuring, but in the end, still with a goal to rehabilitate the consumer and bring them back into the market. So about the market environment in Southeast Asia, fintech, pre-COVID, the projections for Indonesia were very bullish. So 2030, Indonesia was projected to become fourth largest economy of the world by purchasing power parity. The expectations for the fintech market were very bullish. And here you can see, so this is from a report from Bain, Google, and Temasek, that was just published before COVID. Already the digital payments, remittances, digital financial services were expected to grow quite a lot, and attracting a lot of investor interest as well. And as it turns out, this may actually still be true. So as we've seen throughout COVID, that anything digital that doesn't require physical movement of people or meeting of people actually went pretty well. So this might still be true here. And the other thing that was true before COVID and still is that Southeast Asia's the market penetration of financial services in Southeast Asia is still relatively low. So with the exception of Singapore, all Southeast Asian markets are still majority unbanked and underbanked. So that's the red and the black part at the top of the bars. And now if you look at this chart, you can see this is split up by the various by the various segments. From the light gray to the red chart, you can see in 6 years the growth was quite strong already. But if you compare to the most developed markets, there is really still so much room to grow, and that is, I guess, what all fintech entrepreneurs are looking at. So the story in Southeast Asia, there's, if you want, the just general underpenetration of financial services in the market, and then the other topic, which is a more general topic, is the rise of the middle classes, where people, just because they become more, the populations become more affluent, they start to get more or higher end goods and services. Now, the rise of the middle classes, that part has to be seen how COVID is impacting that. Is it going to throw some of the countries back in their development by a few years? So this one up to be seen. Now, what did COVID do from my perspective? So Obviously, before COVID, there were already distressed borrowers. People already were losing jobs before COVID. There's a kind of a lot of problems that the borrowers have once they get into financial difficulties. Banks, distressed loans is also quite an issue, because for every loan that is in default, provisions need to be made. Provisions cut into profit, cuts into equity, cuts into the capital adequacy ratio, and that means if there are too many non-performing loans, that can quickly become an existential problem for the banks. Now, with COVID coming in, the massive increase of job losses and people going on unpaid leave, companies shutting down, forced governments to announce payment holidays, and that again is an issue for the banks. It's a short term. It allows the banks not to make provisions for loans that are on payment holiday. Long term or mid-term, let's say, over the next 2 years, the big question coming up is what's going to happen to the people that are now on payment holidays, and will they be able to keep paying once the payment holiday expires? Which, if they don't, then they would be in default, and then that would result in provisions, losses, lower equity, and then capital adequacy issues. Now, as we said, so COVID had an impact on the way we work, the way we live, and what we don't know yet is how much of that is temporary and how much of that is an actual change in habit. So the office use in Indonesia still down by 25% compared to before. But we don't know. We don't know if that is already the new normal or not, because there is, so I know from my company, for instance, we switched from working from office to working from home in March last year. And we haven't opened any of our offices since then. So, I can imagine that we will not be going back to having everybody work every day from the office. Public transport, same thing. People don't want to get infected. They don't want to go into public transport. Less office use also reduces public transport. So where are we going to be there? Is that the new normal already? We don't know yet. Now, what we can say is, so this is based on this economist study, that the countries here in Southeast Asia are among the most affected by the COVID changes. So this is actually a ranking from 1, which is country is most back to normal, to 50, which is the country is most changed. And then again, we don't know how much of that change is permanent, how much is temporary. But what it means is life for people in Indonesia is, or Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, is very different from the way it was before. And here again, coming to what is my business, you can see the distressed loans basically have been growing over the past 10 years, if you extend it further out, in line with the overall market growth. And then since Q1 2020, the amount of distressed loans, the balance keeps increasing dramatically. And you see the orange part is actually those loans that I mentioned before, that is loans on payment holidays. They're officially not in default, but in reality, the people make no payments or just very, very, very small payments. And so these are loans at risk. If you want, this is some people say it's a ticking time bomb. But well, we don't know. But the big question is what's going to happen when the payment holidays expire, and how many of these people will default, and how will that impact the banking environment? Okay, financing and fundraising environment for let's say startup companies, fintech companies here in the region. So the Asia Partners always is one of the investors that has the best or the best developed and researched thoughts on the general investment environment in Southeast Asia. So I've taken their points there, and it reflects what most investors think. So Southeast Asia, even with COVID, is entering a period of immense opportunity for people to build businesses, for investors to make great investments, and all of that will again impact the lives of the population here, and develop the region. And what we've seen is there's two winning growth strategies. So one is the regional player. So you have a rather, or you at least in the beginning, you have a narrow focus, but you roll it out throughout the key markets in Southeast Asia. And the other strategy is you go broader and you stay in Indonesia. Indonesia representing roughly 50% of total Southeast Asian population and market is a market similar to India and China that in its own right already can build unicorns, which is what in the end what investors are chasing. No? And speaking about unicorns, in Indonesia, as of today, we have 9 of these unicorns. Those are companies that have reached a valuation of more than $1 billion US. And that, of course, puts Indonesia on the map. There's not many countries in the world that have 9 or more unicorns. Now, if you look at Singapore actually has significantly more unicorns, but that's not because of their obviously not because of their home market, but that is because Singapore has become the business hub for the companies that follow the other growth strategy. So the companies that follow the regional growth strategy, they tend to headquarter in Singapore. And now, as we see, this is the curve of how many unicorns does Southeast Asia have. And you can see there has been since COVID, there has been an explosion of companies reaching that status, and which you would think is unexpected given the overall economic difficulties. But and we'll get later to that. Some of these companies actually have taken the challenge of COVID and turned it into opportunity, and actually enabled the habits, the change of habits that we all have in our lives. And then the other thing is there's a lot of capital also chasing deals. So the markets are hot, and you can see that in headlines, and it may remind you of maybe in 1998 in Southeast Asia, the .com in 2000, and 2008 as well. So we don't know at this point, no. But one indicator to look at that would say, okay, actually now we need to maybe be careful and come up with a plan B if things turn the other way, is to look at the market cap to GDP ratio, which is something that Warren Buffett, for instance, recommends doing when to figure out if markets in general are overvalued or not. And you can see even 1999 is the market cap to GDP ratio is much lower than now. So in terms of valuation levels, there's probably not much room to grow. What would have to come now is the company sales and profits catching up with the valuation. So post-COVID opportunity, new normal, what's out there? Now, one of the issues about new normal and post-COVID is nobody really knows when that is going to be. Because if you had asked me a few weeks back, I would have thought that actually Indonesia is on the way down, Malaysia is on the way down, Singapore already 80% vaccinated. So the vaccine will solve the problem. And the past few weeks, I see here in Singapore that with 82% of the population, the case number is going through the roof. Now, fortunately, that is just case numbers. It's not people on ventilators or death. So that is good. But again, we don't know. So COVID comes in waves, and we really don't know what's going to be out there in a week or in a month or in 6 months. Yeah, and here those are some of the unicorns that we already mentioned earlier. You can see that many of these actually have taken COVID as a business opportunity, and that doesn't mean that they're unethically benefiting from COVID. But what they did is they figured out the consumers need different services, or the consumers and businesses need different services now, and they were quick to offer what was needed in the new environment, and that is what made their valuations skyrocket. And on the other hand, there's a few other players that are that are suffering in the current environment, but then the expectation is that once COVID, once we're closer to a new normal, that they will recover. And the question is just, for every company, which is the where do I find these opportunities? Which is the habit that has changed, where I can offer a service that that enables that new trend, and there are opportunities everywhere. One of them, for instance, in my area would be to figure out, okay, look, we all know, so all bankers know there's this huge balance of that huge loan balance that is currently on payment holidays. Everybody knows these payment holidays cannot go on forever. So how can we have a smooth transition from where we are now, where the borrowers do not need to pay, to back to normal, borrowers need to pay off their loans. And this is something that we're discussing with a number of lenders in Indonesia to basically use the time now to restructure the loans, and that is one thing also. And in general, every lender, of course, will always look after their loan, but the borrowers, they don't have one loan, they have a portfolio of loans. And the lenders have difficulty, of course, to agree among themselves. So if there's a restructuring, who needs to contribute how much? And so what we are essentially doing is we take the lead, we work with the borrower, come up with a solution that where everybody has to contribute, or all lenders have to contribute something to the solution. But then this loan is de-risked, and the lenders don't need to worry about that expiry of the payment holidays. And that is one of many examples where fintech entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs in general right now can find opportunities to both build their business and enable the new normal when we get there. And again, the one thing that is clear that is not going to change over the next 1, 2, 3 years is the penetration with financial products in Southeast Asia is still so much below the average for the most developed financial markets, that the combination of underpenetration, demographics, and then overall economic growth and growth of the middle class offers massive opportunities to build great companies. And I think that is what attracts a lot of entrepreneurs from all over the world to start businesses in Southeast Asia. So with that, I'm done. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, then. Thank you, Arn, for insightful work and presentation. We are happy and always like to discuss about the social impact of the financial tech company, especially for increasing and boosting the social welfare and well-being of the user, especially, right? So to the audience, dear panelists and dear attendees, I would like to welcome you if you have any question or you would like to potentially discuss something with Arn. He would be more than happy to answer your question. And don't forget that we also open the opportunity for raising your hand and then to interact directly with Arn. And while waiting, let me check if we have some question from the Q&A box or from the chat box. Let me see. All right, so we have 2 questions already here. Let me read for you, Arn, so you can also read it. Greetings, Arn. I'd like to ask your opinion about the non-profit microfinance. Will they work as an alternative to fix this post-COVID economical situation? And then they potentially would like to explore the potential collaboration with you because they do have the project, and then they would like to know if it is possible to make it as a larger project with your company. So maybe you can try to respond with the first question first, and then we will go ahead with the next one after you answer this one.
Okay,
Please, Arn.
so this is about non-profit microfinance. So the non-profit microfinance for sure has its role, and I think they're doing a lot of great things in the rural area. For the overall for the overall economy in Indonesia, for instance, I think many people are always surprised about the traditional banking market. While there is under penetration, if you compare all the peer-to-peer lenders, which is something that has been in the press for the past few years as the big growth story, and then if you add the microfinance companies to that, it's actually a relatively small amount. So the traditional banking market for consumer loans is I think in terms of balance outstanding 100 times larger than the non-traditional part. That is where Amalan focuses on at this point. So for us to work in the microfinance market, we still need to further increase our efficiency and automation. Why? Because the amounts in the microfinance market tend to be relatively small. And I might be wrong in your case. I don't know what the average loan size is. But for instance, peer-to-peer lenders in Indonesia, typical loan sizes between $100 and $300, and that makes it difficult to handle unless it's fully automated, and that requires not only Amalan to automate, but that also requires the counterparties to automate. So this one will still take a few years, but we're always interested to definitely to start talking and preparing. And some of the things that we do right now could be of interest already. So are we, Berto, is there contact details that are provided? So then I'd be happy to follow up afterwards.
Yeah, they haven't provided any contact details, but they probably will contact you later.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
best on LinkedIn.
Yeah, based on LinkedIn, that will be more approachable, I think, right?
Yes.
So, all right then. So this is interesting about the non-for-profit microfinance. All right, thanks, Arn. So we will go ahead for the next question. So from Foni Pangandaheng. So, Mr. Hartman, is there any special treatment from Amalan for being a unicorn companies in the future? I don't know the current condition of Amalan. Or are you already a unicorn company, or you are?
No, we're quite far from that. So in our case, the market environment is actually quite difficult. And you would think because there's a lot of distressed loans, this should be great for Amalan, but it turns out from a borrower perspective, if you think about it, this is a time of great uncertainty. So what do? You keep whatever cash you have, you keep it with you because you don't know if you're going to lose your job. You don't know if you're going to if you're going to be on unpaid leave, or your salary is decreased, or your business is not not doing well. So whatever cash you have, you keep it. So people do not spend a lot of money settling old loans. People are either on payment holiday, or if they're in financial difficulty, they just don't pay. Because, I mean, in the end, you better pay your rent and the food than the loan. And that means for us that while there is a huge demand for our service, there is not many people that actually settle the loans because they keep the cash. So what we're going to see from Amalan perspective is right now we have very few settlements. We have a lot of clients that sign up already, but we operate on a success fee model, so we don't earn that much until people settle. And then once the economy stabilizes and people feel more certain about job safety and about their income, then people will start settling the loans, and then there's going to be an avalanche of settlements, and that's most likely going to happen in well, let's hope it's Q1 of next year, Q2 of next year, and until then we're still far from the unicorn.
Right then, so there's a big potential actually, right, to go to a unicorn status. All right then. So again, I would like to invite the attendees and also the panelists, if you would like to ask some question or an issue directly to Arn, that will be more than welcome. And then you can just simply hit the raise hand button. And then let me check if we have the questions. Oh, we have more questions are coming. Right then. So from Mercy Fajarina, I would like to ask about the potential GDP needed to reduce the consumer debt. So this is all about the relationship between the GDP and the consumer debt.
Okay, so this one I'm not sure about the data, but for what is clear is GDP per capita. GDP per capita increases. That will help the financial situation, or on average, for the population. Now we also know that if GDP per capita increases, the loan per amount, the loan balance per capita also increases. Now the key is you need to, so loans per se are not necessarily bad. The issue is when you have loans, basically when your loan payments exceed your regular income, or I mean, probably more likely if they exceed 40 or 50% of your regular income. And so I guess strong GDP growth will be very good per capita, will be good to bring the ratio of income to loan payments. So basically the debt burden ratio or debt service ratio will decrease that, and so that would be good. So I would, instead of an absolute GDP per capita amount, I would think that GDP per capita growth of probably 3-4% will be very good for helping with the debt situation.
Okay, all right then. The next question is a bit more technical. So this question comes from Dewi Irianti Wijaya from the Q&A box. The nature of business is profit, right? So with that in mind, how do you find the opportunity to make a profit by restructuring the people's loan? So how do you sustain this business model? I mean, the user volume over the scale. And there is last questions from the same person. Does the data you and team collected from the borrowers can be used to become a revenue or profit? So, yeah.
Okay. So how do we make money? In normal times, the bulk of our revenues is success fees. So what we do is we restructure the loans and we take a cut of the savings. So if we save our clients $100, we take $25 of that as our success fee. Yeah. So basically, we pay for ourselves. So if you become our client, in the end, you end up with more money than before. So that is something that can be done profitably. And yes, scale matters. So you need scale to generate enough data. With enough data, you can predict better. When you predict better, you can negotiate better, and you get better results. And also, if you have enough volume, you have more negotiation power, you have more leverage. And we know this. So what we're doing is not something that has never been done before. So there are a few companies around the world that do that. It's typically one major player per market. So there's a network effect. There's it's a little bit like an eBay. No, you need to have enough volume in order to develop the whole technology platform, and then to have leverage with the lenders. And if you have leverage with the lenders, well, then and you deliver the best results, then all the customers will come to you. So it's a business that is quite defensible. Now, yeah, I hope that answers the question on the sustainability of the business.
Yeah.
And what was the second question?
So the last question was about the data safety. There could be a potential way of Amalan International to use this data for a profitable activity.
So we need to be super careful here, no? Because data privacy. By the way, I forgot to mention. So we are under supervision of OJK. So we're the only business of our kind that is registered with OJK, the Financial Services Authority in Indonesia. And so we was quite a project to get that far. And so we, of course, want to be very careful about data privacy for regulatory reasons, and then just also for for it's our customers' data. So we need to handle it with care. So what we don't do is we don't give any data outside unless it is needed to settle the loans. What does that, and when we settle loans, generally the banks already have the data. So when we go to the bank and we say, This is Arne, he owes you $10,000, he needs to settle the loan. All of that data they already have. What we do, and that is a data, if you want a data revenue opportunity, is we can offer services to clients, to people that we know, people in our database, when we see that they might benefit of that particular service. We also, we're connected with a credit bureau as well. So we actually have probably a very broad access to data that even most lenders and banks don't have, because we get the full access to all income, all assets, all liabilities. And so there's definitely an opportunity. We just need to be careful to not violate our customers' trust.
Yeah, that's true, right? So some of the stakeholders, they have a big concern about the data privacy. So that's one of the most important points when they would like to decide whether to use a particular company or not, right? So,
yeah.
All right, then. So again, we still have around 10 minutes left. I would like to invite the panelists or maybe the participant, if you would like to directly interact with Arne. You will be invited to raise your hand by hitting the raise hand button. But now we still have more questions actually are coming. But let me see if we can manage to answer all the questions before the prescribed time finish. So question from Ika Prayanti, right? So thank you, Arne, for interesting presentation. We know that there are a lot of successful entrepreneurs who know that great companies are built over time. So it takes time, right? So to be big. How do you see from an investor's perspective, so especially from the risk point of view, about investing in unicorn company, especially in Indonesia, that has the second largest number of unicorn after Singapore? What are the considerations from an investor's perspective? So talking about the risk, please, Arne.
Okay. So this is a really interesting question, and that is being discussed, I guarantee you, in the investment committees of all major investors every week right now. And it's not limited to Indonesia. It's same thing in the US, and I've been as an investor involved in those discussions, and it's always this. So Facebook, Spotify, investors that had the opportunity to invest at $5 billion back then, these companies, the numbers, they had great growth, but you really needed to take a leap of faith to believe that these companies can grow from 5 billion to 10 or 20 or billion. No? I think in the end, as an investor, you probably, there's always the risk you pay a little bit too much. But if you pay a little bit too much, then it's just cutting a little bit into your profit.
Yeah.
No? So overall, I think most of the time, if you find a really, really good company with a good management team, you may as well pay a higher valuation and in the right market. And I think in Indonesia, for instance, there is, or in Southeast Asia, there is a lot of growth potential, as we saw in the presentation. Also, fintech is one market, but there's a lot of other markets that still are totally underpenetrated. So you know for sure this has to grow. There is no way that I don't know that internet speed will be that low forever or something like that. So there are some very, very clear secular long-term growth trends that you can bet on. And if you find the best players with the best track record in these markets, I think you may overpay a little bit, but if you are invested long enough, it'll be a good investment. So
okay. All right, then the last question, probably we only have 5 minutes left, but let me see. The last question is from Roy Iskandar Kusuma Wijaya. So does Amalan International Indonesia has an office branch in Surabaya? Or yes.
No, we don't, but we are, but we serve Surabaya. So we serve all of Indonesia and Malaysia because our service is not physical, no. So there is no we don't have people visiting us in our office. It's our service is a combination of online tools, apps, and then also consultants. So what I think the type of business that we are in, we're dealing with very stressed out individuals, and there's a few times when they actually need to speak with a human. So we have a combination of consultants that speak with our clients, and then technology that makes sure that the consultant time is not spent on anything that doesn't deliver value to the client.
So the Amalan apps is also available in Play Store, isn't it?
I think so. We have a web app, so it's on. You just go to amalan.com. Actually, Ayulunas version 2.com. So yeah.
All right then. Okay, so thank you so much, Arn, for responding a lot of good questions from our participant. That will be very insightful for us just to know about what the Amalan International does. So at least it describes some important point for us just to know the social impact that might Amalan does to contribute to the Indonesian economy. So everyone and dear participant, we finally arrive in the end of our second plenary session. I would like to wrap up some important point actually before we close the second plenary session. And as we already mentioned before, and as already discussed by Arn Hartman, so the financial technology company supports not only the low level of growth and productivity actually, but also reduce the low level of price volatility and income inequality, right? The fintech provides also technology empowerment that are helpful to economic development, particularly in increasing the growth and productivity in its market. All right then. So again, we would like to appreciate your time, Arn. So again, we would like to thank you. And then as we already know that this is the 7th Indonesian Finance Association, and all of the participants and also the attendees really appreciate your contribution and participation in this conference. And again, I would like to express my gratitude to you. And then we hope that we could be collaborate again in the future. Okay, thank you very much, Arn.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks. I'll give it back to Miss Reisha.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, thank you so much for the wonderful sharing, Mr. Arne Hartman. Sorry, we would like to present a symbolic token of appreciation, a lifetime membership of Indonesian Finance Association, and batik in conjunction with our Batik Day celebration moment. before we continue with the group photo. And I would like to invite again Dr. Berto Usman to present our token of appreciation to Mr. Arn Hartman, please.
Thank you, Reisha. Again, we would like to express our gratitude for you for agreeing and for joining in this Indonesian Finance Association conference. And then hereby, I would like to kindly present you the lifetime token of appreciation as well as the batik from the IFA conference committee. Thank you again, Arns.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so please stand by because we will do a group photo. Or again, I would like to invite all guest speakers and participants to turn on your camera, please. I will be counting down from 5 on each page. Page 1, stand by. All right, 4, 3, 2, 1. Page 2, please stand by. Okay. 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Now page 3, please stand by. The last page. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you everybody to participate in this group photo. And again, thank you Mr. Arn Hartman and Dr. Berto Usman for the interactive session. And
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. I would like to remind everybody, this event can also be accessed via YouTube, live Indonesia Stock Exchange. Please also don't forget to fill the attendance link on each session for today's plenary sessions in order to get the conference certificate. We will have a lunch break for about 1.5 hours prior to the most anticipated final plenary session with Professor Mariam Dagon from the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. And also, don't forget that the Best Paper Award will be announced after the break. So, stay tuned and see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arna.
Thank you, Arna. Thank you.
Thank you, Arn. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Arna.
Selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu Dewan Juri yang saya hormati. Perkenalkan, nama saya Lesti Wenas.
positivity always.
Good morning, Professor Mariam.
Morning.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Just one second. Yes. Can you see me?
Not yet, Professor.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes, now. Okay, so
Good morning.
Okay, now we can open the session, right?
Yes, please.
All right. Okay, so please, we need to mute our mic because after this, all of participants can hear us. All right, I'll be opening the session. Hello. Now we are arriving at the final plenary session with Prof. Mariam Dagon, Professor of Banking and Finance, University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. This session will be led by our moderator, Dr. Harjum Muharam from Universitas Diponegoro. Dr. Harjum, please, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak. Okay, good morning and Assalamualaikum, Prof. Mariam. Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Hajum. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, this is the last plenary sessions. Yeah, we put here in the last session because the difference time it's UK and Indonesia. Okay, but we very happy to have you with us this afternoon in Indonesia. Okay, I will let me introduce Professor Mariam first. Okay, Professor Mariam's Professor of Banking and Finance at Nottingham University Business School, and she also served as chair in risk and insurance from the largest insurance company in UK, AVIPA, we know. And also Professor Miriam's fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences. She's also founding president of International Finance and Banking Society. And she also direct the University of Nottingham FinTech Research Networks. Professor Miriam is very expert in area of risk management, financial technologies, and insurance technologies. Okay. Her research tracks funding from UK Research and Innovations, ESRC, and also the British Academy. Okay, this is very insightful achievements. Professor Mariam has been recognized by the influential industry. He's been named on the Women's in FinTech Power List 2020 by the UK Innovative Finance. She also was listed among the 17 most influential women in insurance technology by the FinTech Global, and many more. We also know that Professor Miriam has many papers in high reputable journal. And today she will present about the fintech also in small medium enterprise research. For Mr. Miriam, we have 1 hour. We give 45 minutes for presentation. Then the last 15 minutes will be question and answers. Okay, the screen times for you.
Thank you, Professor, for this very kind introduction. I appreciate the time you spent to talk about my bio. I would like to thank Indonesian Finance Association and Indonesian Stock Exchange for this invitation. It's a great honor to be here with you all today. Very good afternoon and very good morning to everyone who is listening to us from different parts of the world. Today it's early morning. It's around, I think, 7:05 in the UK, very early morning. Yes, and it's great to be with you. I would like to share my, 1 second, please. Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. We see the screen.
Perfect. Okay. Yes, the topic of my talk today is on digitalized inclusive finance and SMEs research. I would like to give you some insights from the current research, the live research that we are doing at the moment. It is funded by UK Research and Innovation and ESRC, Economic Social Research Council. But before we talk about our own research, I would like to talk about some, it seems that I cannot move my screen. 1 second. Can you see my second page?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Okay, so here is the outline. With some introduction, I will talk about innovation, new technologies, and fintech. With some emphasis on the global fintech ecosystem, I will bring you a nice fintech tree to show you how the certain enablers are located in this tree, and what are the important determinants in such ecosystem. Then I will talk about how fintech supports financial inclusion of SMEs, because access to finance is extremely important for SMEs having such support system and contributing to the economic growth, economic development. And then my emphasis will be on the research, the current research that we are doing. And at the end, I will provide some statistics, some insights on Indonesia as big hub for fintech. And finally, I will conclude. Okay. I like to start my talk with this strong example to demonstrate to the audience how much we are currently subjected to the use of data. So we as individuals, we as society, we are producing data. And this data is being used by the companies, and in what way this data is being used for the best interest of the consumers. So let's start with this example. Today, we all wake up, okay, And while we were sleeping, our watch, our wristwatch, has recorded how long we have slept. Okay, so that is the data, the first data. So this watch is recording the duration of your sleep. Also, the watch is monitoring your heartbeats and breathing. Okay, so duration, heartbeat, it's related with your health as well as your breathing. And then you dress up, you drive to work. The car sensors track your speed and braking. Okay, so another data set is coming from the way that you are driving your car, your speed, your braking, all this behavioral related data is continuously being recorded while you are driving to work. On the way, you stopped and you pick up some breakfast. You paid electronically, okay, another data. So now we are being recorded to understand our eating habits. So what sort of things we are eating, the calorie content of our meal, the transaction, how much we paid, and how we paid. Then, God forbid, a car accident happens and you phone your insurance company. Your call is answered immediately, okay? The voice on the other end knows your name and it chats with you, it amiably, very friendly, it chats with you about your pet, about how your favorite football team did on the weekend. So the person or whatever you are chatting or talking, it is a chatbot. The reason why it knows so much about you is because you allowed your insurance company to collect information about you from social media. So it knows a lot more besides, because you already agreed to let this company to monitor your personal devices, okay, from the time that you are sleeping, from the wristwatch, from the way you are driving, and from the way you are doing your payment. So all this information, all this data, you allowed your company to monitor your personal devices in exchange of what? In exchange for cheaper insurance premiums, because traditionally it was the case that there was a fixed insurance premium based on your age, based on your circumstances. But now, due to the availability of these devices that can monitor all aspects of your life, as well as your social life, this is now giving more information, more data about yourself to the company, and it is allowing the company to provide you cheaper insurance premiums. So all these are very important developments. And we ask this question, is this science fiction? It is not, because whether we are feeling this at the moment or not, but this is going to be more prevalent in our lives, because the data collection, the big data that we are allowing the companies to have access about ourselves, about our behavior, is providing more advancements and more changes within the sector. So what is happening in terms of industry-related developments? We are now witnessing in the industry that more than 3/4 of insurance executives believe that artificial intelligence will revolutionize the insurance industry within a few years. And I would like to give you this example from McKinsey Futurists. They believe that by 2030, AI, artificial intelligence, will mean your car and life insurance premiums could change. And it's because of this example that I have just explained to you. Of course, these are extremely important research areas for us. to understand where the industry is going, how it is different from the current way of doing things, traditional way of doing banking, traditional way of doing insurance-related activities. So where the differences and how it is going to affect us and when it is going to affect us. These are all very major and very big questions for the industry as well as for the academia. So this brings us to our current research that I would like to share with you. At the moment, we are having a research fund from British Academy to do a research on insurtech related activities that is going on in China and the UK. So we are collaborating with Fudan University in order to understand how is going to be the applications of AI and insurance is developing, what is the roadmap, and what are the implications for the next decades. So what we have done, we have used Delphi method in order to receive expert opinion from different parts of the sector, including academia, the experts in the industry, technological related experts, as well as insurance related experts. We refer to their opinion in order to collect some idea on the estimated time frame for AI applications in various fields of the insurance industry in China. And we have tried to find out for the different categories of insurance-related activities, from product marketing to underwriting, actuarial, use of insurance capital, compliance, internal control, as well as reinsurance. And we also try to find out the views about the entire industry. And as you see from this graph, from this table, that by 2030, we expect to have 50% of the applications in China to have such AI applications for the entire industry. And by 2036, we expect that the industry's AI applications will be 75%. So this example that I started my talk, it can give you a great idea to appreciate the fact that such practices will be in our lives more and more. And by 2036, this is an example from China, but we are doing the similar data collection for the case of UK, and hopefully this will also evolve to other European countries. We are trying to find out how our lives will change with the inclusion of these devices and allowing these devices to monitor or control our activities or personal behavior, as well as other areas like social media. This could be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or any other WeChat, any other social media related access to our way of life or our behavior. So this is for the case of China, and as I said, by 75%, by 2036, we expect to see 75% of AI being dominant in the insurance industry in China. Giving this introduction about the developments, the current developments, as well as the research going on, I would like to talk to you about the recent advancements in innovation and technologies and their relationship with the fintech and various fintech categories. So, innovation through new technologies, and we have been hearing all this fintech. What is fintech? Why fintech is important? What is insurtech? And why all these advancements are important for us? And again, I'm going to link all this with the example that we started, because it is affecting us. The answer is very, very simple, because all these developments, all these changes are affecting our lives, are affecting the way we pay our payments, the way we behave, and the way we engage with the industry. This could be with the banking industry, this could be with insurance or any other developments, tech-related developments that we are subjected to. So innovation for new technologies is a key driver of change in the financial sector. In recent years, such innovation has happened on the back of new technological developments. And this phenomenon is often called fintech. Technological innovation was there to lower transaction costs and expedite the delivery of services. So this is what we expected fintech to affect our way of traditional doing our banking or traditional way of doing any other engagement with various financial institutions. So we have been using internet connections, home computing, mobile devices, and several other applications. These all led to the possibility of lowering the barrier for market entry. And it is causing now greater competition and disruption of the financial industry. So when we try to understand the meaning of fintech, I will refer to the definition coming from Financial Stability Board. According to the FSB, what is fintech? Fintech is technologically enabled financial innovation. So such financial innovation could result in new business models, applications, processes, or products with an associated material effect on financial markets and institutions and the provision of financial services. So due to all these changes, due to all these advancements, we are now observing new business models, new applications, new processes, as well as new products. So what is the promise of fintech? One promise of fintech is the unveiling of cheaper ways to overcome financial contracting functions and lower the cost of financial services to improve consumer welfare. So all these fintech, insurtech related developments that we are now observing, we are now going through, are giving us the main promise of having this access to such services with a cheaper way, as well as reaching this with lower costs. So what are we observing in terms of technological innovations in financial services, the fintech? They're increasingly transforming the way financial services are provided. And I tried to give you here some examples to show you, because we said we expect to see new approaches, we expect to see new business models, processes, as well as new products. So what are these new approaches and how these new approaches are affecting our lives? So the way how credit is extended. So there are new ways of reaching credits, reaching access to finance. And this is traditionally was by bank loans. And now we are observing how peer-to-peer lending is becoming very dominant in the societies. It is becoming an important alternative finance. And these are all the end result of the technological innovations in financial services. So we are observing new approaches in terms of how decisions are made, how investment advice is provided. The example that we have given at the beginning when someone called the insurance company, instead of facing a person, a real person, you are talking with a chatbot. So increasingly, we started seeing the use of chatbots in providing investment advice and many other advice in the financial sector. This is also reflected to insurance sector, how insurance is priced, and also the way funds are channeled from savers, from investors to borrowers. So all these new approaches now are increasingly transforming the way financial services are provided. Now, this brings us to this lovely tree. I like this tree so much, so I wanted to bring to this talk because I think you will also like this tree. Why this tree is important? Because this is going to give us the whole ecosystem of fintech. So whatever we are now hearing, or we are trying to learn about fintech, because fintech is, as I said, even though it is something new, but because it is increasingly affecting our lives, the way we do things, we pay things, and the way we have access to finance, there is an increasing awareness in this area. And we are hearing, sometimes it could be a different jargon for us, we are trying to learn. And sometimes we are going into deep and trying to learn more on different aspects of fintech. And this tree, fintech tree, will show us everything in one go, and it will explain us the relationship between the activities, relevant technologies, as well as what is needed for from the governments as part of the infrastructure related requirements. So here on this tree, we will see three parts. The first part is the fintech activities, then enabling technologies, and at the end is policy enablers. So on the tree, on the trunk, we will see different branches, okay? And these branches are categorized into 6. This is from asset management to insurance to crypto assets, payments and clearing, as well as deposit and lending, and also capital raising. So out of all these 6 categories, we also have some sub branches, and we have robo-advice, electronic money, digital payment services, insurtech business models, financial activities related to crypto assets, digital banking, and fintech balance sheet lending. Let me take you to the other page and give you more detailed information on all these areas. So these fintech activities, as we said, they are performed in different sectors of the financial industry, and they feature different areas, from digital banking to digital payment services, as well as robo-advice. And if I may give you more information about robo-advice, these are the financial advice on investment products that is provided with no or limited human intervention. And usually it includes automating the client onboarding process, as well as it is generation of advice through algorithm-based tools. And the other area which we are increasingly making use of it is digital payment service providers. And these providers, they make use of technology to facilitate payment transactions by transferring money, clearing or settling balances digitally without the use of physical money. So all these are important components of the financial activities. And there is another important area which we are again increasingly observing their existence in our lives, and that is related with the crowdfunding, and this is to generate new ways of, alternative ways of funding for the activities that we announce or we advertise, and we are seeking for funders to fund these activities. This brings us to the next set of activities, fintech activities, e-money services, insurtech business models. We have given this insurtech related example. It refers to technology-driven innovative models. And these are emerging in two major areas of insurance in terms of distribution, as well as in underwriting, such as mobile on-demand, usage-based, or technology-enabled, peer-to-peer and parametric-related insurance activities. And there is crypto asset-related financial activities, and this is something that has been recently at the forefront. We have been hearing from many commentators about the use or not to use the crypto assets. So these are now really, again, being dominant or being more and more important in our ways of thinking about the digital money and digital way of doing things. Storing or exchanging crypto assets, or using crypto assets for investment or payment purposes, or again, using crypto assets as reference in financial products. Okay, so after fintech activities, this will now bring us to the enabling technologies. So to be able to do such great amount of activities that we have identified in these 6 different categories and various areas that we have explained, we need to have the help of technologies. And what are these technologies? This goes from API, cloud biometric, DLT, and some other technological advancements. So these present new opportunities for financial industry, and we are observing a large number of use cases from API, biometric-based identification and authentication. For example, biometric data are increasingly employed for the purpose of customer authentication in mobile banking applications, as well as cloud computing. Via cloud computing, now we can store more data. We can manage and process large volumes of data under an efficient and scalable and flexible IT scheme. And out of these technologies, we have distributed ledger technology. This is to raise efficiency and reduce costs, as well as AI and machine learning. These are predominant areas of AI and machine learning applications, and we have experienced all these developments in the areas of credit scoring, high frequency trading, and robo-advice. When we come to the research-related part in my talk, I will give you more information on this area, because this is something that we are now increasingly using to assess the credit scores of the small, medium enterprises. Okay, the last part of this fintech tree is going to be the policy enablers, and I have mentioned the importance of infrastructure here, and from where such investment should come, and what is so much important about these policy enablers, which is now focusing on the ID, digital ID, open banking, as well as other facilitators coming from data protection or cyber security. So this is bringing us to the last part. Policy enablers are critical to the fintech ecosystem stability and health. So As you see, my dear friends, it's not only activities or technology. It is very important to have the significant infrastructure that can help to create a national road network to help with all these network-related activities. To develop digital IDs and authentication systems, promoting interoperability of critically important networks and platforms, and establishing overarching frameworks or strategies for data protection and establishing cybersecurity at both national level or for the financial industry, amongst others. So here, the government bodies are very important. They are we expect them to contribute to the public policies, initiatives, so that the relevant infrastructure, the significant infrastructure, which is required for providing fintech services, are established, and it made use of the best practice for the technology, and over the all these activities that we have identified. The three is from BIS, Bank International Settlements paper, and I think it is a very important way of explaining why fintech activities and fintech infrastructure are significant for all of the survival of the ecosystem. Okay, so giving this introduction about fintech and what fintech can do for us, how fintech can do, and what sort of infrastructure we need for fintech activities to flourish and be used for more consumer welfare, we have seen that there is an increasing activity going on in many countries in order to create a very healthy and stable fintech ecosystem. So the question here is that how fintech can support financial inclusion of SMEs. So now it is important to understand that there are important contribution of SMEs to the economies, and there is advanced developments in terms of fintech related evolution, which is we are all observing at the moment. So how all this can come together and help to create more inclusiveness. I would like to talk on this aspect now, but before that, let me give you some statistics to demonstrate and to hopefully to make you to appreciate why SMEs are important for us, for many countries. There is a survey by Asian Development Bank. It is Asia SME Finance Monitor, and this was carried out on 20 countries from 5 ADB regions. According to that survey, SMEs accounted for an average of 96% of all enterprises and 62% of the national labor forces across the ASM countries, that is the Asia Finance Monitor countries. This is for Asia-related stats. As per World Bank data, there are around 315 million micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs, in the developing countries. And about 90% of them are micro enterprises. They are total assets or annual sales less than $100,000 US. 10% or a little more than 31 million falls in the SME category. 74 million or more than 23% of MSMEs are in developing countries, and these are located in China, followed by India, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Brazil. MSMEs in Indonesia are the backbone of the country's economy, as they make up 99% of businesses and provide jobs for 97% of the workforce. So this is something extremely significant and enormously important for the economies. Now, this brings us to the other slides, which will try to discuss how fintech supports financial inclusion of SMEs. And here, I try to identify challenges faced by SMEs. So what are the phases? What are the challenges faced by SMEs? SMEs face a unique set of challenges and risks, commonly linked to traditional banks. In particular, traditional banking players, which are usually set for face-to-face business, often assess SMEs as risky and unprofitable. SMEs are assessed by these banks, and they are considering SMEs as risky and unprofitable. And this is the reason why SMEs are having all these challenges of having access to finance from the banks. So this made clear that the sector was ripe for innovation, because if SMEs cannot have efficient way of having access to finance from banks, from traditional banks, traditional way of accessing finance, now this is giving us an indication that the sector is ripe for innovation, so that fintech development can support SMEs to achieve financial innovation. For example, fintech lenders are associated with less lending inequality compared to non-fintech lenders. And this is the reason why we have observed all this in the last decades, how alternative finance is becoming more important and more important, because the way that lending is happening and such banks considering SMEs risky and unprofitable, this created new areas, and they are making use of fintech to offer greater financial inclusion. And why are these fintech-related developments? It is now easier to get access to financial services for small businesses, not just offering new innovative services, but also pushing the traditional banks to follow the suit and spurring on even more options for SMEs. Fintech helps create a level playing field for SMEs by accelerating payments, providing data services, lending and investments to SMEs. So here we have tried to identify the challenges and risks, and we have tried to identify how fintech can be utilized in order to create more opportunities for SMEs, for an industry, for a sector that is extremely important for the economies. So here, I would like to identify how fintech can play a role in SMEs post-pandemic recovery. In the last 18 months, all of us have suffered from the pandemic as individuals, as businesses, and as national economies. While some sectors like e-commerce have boomed during this pandemic period, more broadly, SMEs have been badly shaken. They suffered from decrease in profits, they suffered from customers lost, and they also suffered from increasing unemployment. So altogether, this has diminished the growth outlook for many small and medium businesses. SMEs' size and agility mean that they can pivot quickly and adapt to the times. So the pandemic is best exemplified in how small businesses adapted to current times. Indeed, many who had never sold online, they started using e-commerce as their main channel, and firms started introducing remote working policies. So pandemic has put even more pressure on SMEs, which are looking to digital challenges to fill the business banking void. If I may give you statistics from UK, according to Raconteur, 41% of UK SMEs have now adopted fintech to some degree for payments and banking services. Okay, we expect to see that as fintech industry grows and offers more solutions, the number of SMEs turning to digital challenges will also increase. Fintech firms are creating products for a new online cross-border world where often the traditional players are very much still specific to in-region businesses. And we also, in the last pandemic period, we also have seen how open banking can become more important for helping SME financial services to make use of more friendly services so that firms can be able to share more data an easier way with fintech companies. So this can help to reduce a lot of friction for SMEs and improve their day-to-day operations. I have given this example before, but P2P, peer-to-peer lending, these are all new lending-related marketplaces. Via such alternative finance, SMEs are now able to access products from many third-party providers, and these SMEs find the best way, they find the best solution for them. The other way is new digital payments initiatives, and this will improve the way SMEs do business. Okay, we continue with the way fintech responses to the post-pandemic era. We expect to see that these trends will continue, and it is unlikely that the world outlook will look at the same after it is over. So in order to take advantage of the post-pandemic era, what do we expect from SMEs? SMEs need to build financial education. In particular, fintech offers a wide range of services that can help SMEs through the pandemic and beyond. However, in order to benefit from them, SMEs have to build a financial education. Of course, we expect the governments, we expect the policies to help to this cause, because it is important to increase awareness and to build the talent, local talent at the country level. And also access to alternative funding and build a fintech community. These elements allows SMEs in building resiliency through a community where businesses can help themselves and each other. So all these are very important areas that we expect SMEs to take advantage in the post-pandemic era. Okay, this is something, again, some statistics to show you the significance of investment going on in fintech companies. For example, in 2019, such investment amounted to $135.7 billion US around the globe. And this is mainly used to search over loan applications, because there have been huge demand for that. And fintech use helped to assess the creditworthiness of the borrowers through alternative data and electronic platforms. So all these investments were channeled in order to help many digital lending platforms to move quickly to respond to the huge increase in loan applications. And I also brought some statistics, some data from Indonesia. And here, firms in Indonesia captured 38.7% of the capital that was received by tech companies in Southeast Asia. So firms in Indonesia actually captured the largest share in the region. And this is something very important. The way it was channeled is for e-commerce purpose, and also developments from this were channeled for the SMEs related engagement. Okay, given this background, now I would like to give you some information about the SME-related research that we are currently undertaking here in the UK. We are currently conducting this research on UK SMEs to quantify pandemic risk and credit risk exposures. As we have explained so far in my talk, how fintech can be used in order to assess credit worthiness, how fintech can be used to measure risk exposures. This is very important area for UK as well, because the SMEs are also very important engines of growth in this economy. And we see that pandemic periods, COVID-19 implications for the SMEs has been very, very significant. So we are conducting this research in collaboration with Bank of England and CBI, Confederation of British Industry, in order to understand this pandemic risk that has come from such extreme event with the COVID-19, and if such risk, such extreme event is repeated again, what sort of preparations we should have on board in order to be better prepared or well prepared. So the research is funded by UK Research and Innovation Economic Social Research Council. Okay, so why UK SMEs? Similar to the statistics that I have given about Asia and other economies, SMEs are also key driver of economic growth and sustainability here in the UK as well. And in 2020, there were 6 million SMEs in the UK, which was over 99% of all businesses. More than 16 million people work in SMEs, and this area is enormously important for the UK economy. So what are the impact of COVID-19 on SMEs that we can identify? We have seen serious and unprecedented threats for SMEs in these areas: declining revenues, defaulting on loans, inability to retain employees, and postponing growth plans. And there are various areas like critical underestimated issues. This is risk exposures, resilience to funding shortages, and there is a need, a mechanism that provides timely support in their activities. So in our research, what we do, we make use of AI techniques, artificial intelligence techniques, to quantify the pandemic risk exposure of each SME. And we would like to produce a pandemic risk index, that is the PRI. At the same time, we are developing a novel credit risk assessment algorithm and procedure that measures SMEs' credit risk accurately. So AI credits, it makes use of Python program suites. We make use of machine learning and deep learning to have a better understanding of this credit risk. And we make use of various data. I will explain the data sources now, coming from the proprietary data sets, as well as from other government institutions. And we use financial and heterogeneous non-financial data in order to train machine learning and deep learning, as well as testing this appropriately and profiling them appropriately within sectors and size, rather than only across standard categories. And the novel PRI, the Novel Pandemic Risk Index that we are developing, this index captures the exposure of SMEs to COVID-related default risks, and we aim to produce firm-level index, sector-level index, as well as regional and social indices. And we make use of 50 financial and non-financial variables using PCA, which is principal component analysis. And the use of this data coming from both financial and non-financial variables really gives us a very good holistic view of the sector by looking at the SMEs conditions from the firm level, from the sector level, as well as from regional and social ways. And we use various data sets in this research. We use FAME data, we use Experian data. Experian is a credit risk agency company, and we are collaborating with Experian data to have granular data on credit ratings, bank accounts, financial transactions, and defaults of UK SMEs. The other data sets coming from CBI, from survey data from CBI, and this is in the areas of industrial trends, distributive trade survey, financial sector survey, and services sector survey. And we use data from Office for National Statistics, as well as from Government UK to have an idea about the COVID-related cases and COVID-related deaths, and how such COVID-related information may have an impact on the operations of the SMEs. So we have some very interesting results that I would like to share with you. I was told initially that I have 1.5 hours, so this is the reason why I am still at the research. So is it 1 hour I have, or is it 1.5 hours?
1 hour.
1 hour.
1 hour.
You can extend.
1 hour for presents.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem. I will try to pass this because I have another section on Indonesia. No problem.
Okay.
Let me just quickly pass these results.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So yeah, one of the main results we have is the firm level indices, having financial and non-financial data that we have. We have seen how such indices have strong predictive powers of post-COVID defaults of UK SMEs. So this research, via this research, it helped us to see why SMEs have suffered from these COVID-related developments, and in what ways that we can help SMEs. We have looked at all these different areas, and our regional social COVID impact index, which is constructed using 5 variables, it also shows a strong predictive power of post-COVID defaults of UK SMEs. As I said, we have seen how UK SMEs in regional COVID hotspots suffer from a more severe deterioration in their credit worthiness. And even though the study is UK focused, but the tools that we are developing, we do hope that these tools can easily be implemented, can easily be adapted to other countries to understand the situation of the SMEs, their credit worthiness, their default issues in several other countries. So that's why I wanted to bring you this example, because I see that there is the implication of utilizing these tools for many countries. Okay, we came to the last part of my talk, and that is going to be Indonesia related, because I see that Indonesia, being the largest country in Asia, largest economy, it has really important implications for the development of fintech, development of internet economy. And I tried to bring you here some statistics, some comparisons between Indonesia and other countries, and you can easily pick here how Indonesia is doing very well in terms of their internet economy market size, and how it is expected to grow from 2015 to 2018, and by 2025. We have all these estimations that shows Indonesia's potential, huge potential in this area. Indonesia, I know the majority of the audience is from Indonesia. I don't need to tell you about your country, but I just wanted to show you how fascinating these figures are, and how this has really great implications for the internet economy, for the fintech sector, and for different areas, which I will bring to now to financial inclusion. And here the figures again shows an increasing trend for the financial inclusion related proxies in terms of account ownership. It used to be 31% in 2014. Now we are seeing 2018 that is increasing to 55.70%. This is also the same increase in literacy and inclusion index, how it has improved from 2016 to 2019. And now the last one is SME financing. This is something that is coming from Indonesian Ministry of Finance. And this is an important area that there is potential for fintech related developments to happen, because most of the financing is going on in SMEs. It is in self-financing, and there is really great potential for this sector to receive more attention from the private sector as well as from the public sector. It's not only fintech, but I also see massive opportunity for insurtech. Despite its large domestic population, growing middle class, and growing internet economy, Indonesia still has a low insurance penetration. There are some challenges, but of course the opportunities are there in terms of domestic population and middle class and other areas. And there is an increase, if you look at the chart, from 2015 to 2019. But this is something that an area that I predict that would receive more attention from the country. So this is something that we talked about before, about machine learning and the strengths. Another area which I see for Indonesia is fintech and Islamic finance. There are very, very successful companies from Amana, Investry. An emerging global Islamic fintech ecosystem is really getting more important, and a strong focus to date has been on P2P finance. And as you see from this chart, how Indonesia is doing with the number of Islamic fintech startups by country, 33% belongs to Indonesia. And I see that this area will also have more dominance in the sector for bringing Sharia compliant P2P lending providers to the country. And finally, I would like to talk about the fintech and green finance, utilizing blockchain technology for renewable energy Again, here peer-to-peer energy transactions, trade and exchange of carbon credits or climate finance-related developments. These are all important areas, and I think many countries also can benefit from the developments happening in green fintech related in China and other countries. So this brings us to the last slide, which is policy targets. We have talked about the developments going on in different countries. We have talked about the importance of fintech for the case of SMEs, and we have understood what is needed for a fintech ecosystem. Now, for such case, what is important? We all now appreciate, hopefully, that access to finance is very important determinant of inclusive growth in developing as well as developed countries. So we need to foster fintech to promote financial inclusion by overcoming challenges related to reach, customer information, and commercial viability, and to develop markets by improving infrastructure and depth. So in order to be sustainable and create true value in the domestic economy, the tech ecosystem needs to actively build local talent. Thank you very much. This brings us to the references used in the work, and thank you for all your attention.
Okay, thank you, Professor Miriam's very interesting presentations and powerful. We have 15 minutes for Q&A. Already 3 questions here, 2 questions in Q&A box, and 1 question from the meeting chats. Let we start with the questions from Iwayan Wisnu Subrata. Can the existence of these fintechs be profitable on support the developments of MSMEs in Indonesia? Can the fintechs support the profitable of SME in Indonesia? That's the questions.
Thank you very much. This is a very good question. SMEs and fintechs, as we have put in our presentation, they are extremely important for the case of Indonesia. Even though we have seen all these developments, there is still lack of focus of SMEs or MSMEs utilizing such digital advancements. Okay, we have observed the extensive use of digitalization by these SMEs, particularly from the metros, from the big cities. But outside of big cities, still it is problematic, and this is the case for the case of Indonesia. So we need to understand why outside of metros, why there is less or lack of interest for SMEs for such developments. Is it because of lack of sources? Is it because of lack of policies to boost their use of digitalization? This is something very important. But when we look at the profitability and the amount of investments now going to MSMEs in your country, I was reading a report recently from Indonesia, and I'm happy to share this with you as well. It shows that there is profitability, and it shows that there is an interest from private sector in this area. But my only worry is for the SMEs, which is outside of the big cities. So there should be some policies in place in order to encourage these SMEs to have the same inclusiveness, to have the same access to this digitalization, so that they can also benefit from such developments that we are experiencing with the fintechs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then the next questions from Wulandari here. Fintechs offering a quick and short process is another alternative from conventional ones. Okay, unfortunately, consumers or individual fintech transactions for the increments of non-performing loans ratio. The question: what is the best way to manage the NPL ratio for the fintech transactions?
Could you repeat the question again, please?
Okay. What is the best way to manage the non-performing loans ratio for the fintech transactions, especially in Indonesia?
Okay, this requires research. This requires research, and of course, this is available by OJK as well as Bank Indonesia, and I think by accessing such statistics, because I don't have these statistics, I've done some research on your countries.
I think the statistics that for the Indonesian fintechs, NPL not the problems. You know, you already mentioned industry, almost zero NPL. But I think this for regulated fintech, we have also what we call online, like online creditors, like something like this, non-formal fintechs, non-regulated fintechs that have the problem with this. But the formal, the regulated fintech, we have no problem with the NPLs.
Yes, these are really very interesting research areas, and the issue is that we need to increase awareness. So we have been doing research on the traditional banks. We have been doing research on the traditional insurance companies. But now we see all these developments coming with the data coming from insurtech, coming from fintech, coming from peer-to-peer lenders. So I see that there is huge potential, and I encourage, because I know that in the audience we have colleagues from academia, we have colleagues from central banks or OJK or other institutions. So I think there is an important issue here that you need to find ways to bring academia and these institutions together so that they can benefit from the data offered by OJK, offered by Bank Indonesia, because I see great potential for research here, like how we are doing. We are collaborating with the central bank here, with the Bank of England, with the CBI, and such engagement is giving us really access to policy advising, access to policy guidance, and many other areas that we academics, we have the strength of utilizing many techniques, qualitative or quantitative, but I think if such parties, such stakeholders come together and try to look at your country's fintech sector, as well as the other areas, remember the fintech tree, I think it will create really a very meaningful research for the best interests of Indonesia and the people of Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. And also the questions from Ika Prayanti here, there are two questions about the implication of artificial intelligence that has positive and negative impacts. Okay, what's your opinion about this? About the impact of artificial intelligence?
This is a very good question. Of course, everything comes with the pros and cons, with the advantages and disadvantages. And my opinion on this, we are aware of the ethics related issues. We are aware of the developments that try to bring this ethics that can really try to minimize the disadvantages of AI-related developments, and I think it should be there. And I think that these developments are happening in an exponential way. It is happening very quickly. And the governments, the policymakers, should show great attention to understand these developments and try to find ways to bring these negative points. This could be the impact on ethics-related matters and other areas, because we are increasingly using now biometrics. We are increasingly using data that can easily identify people from their religion, from their races, from gender related. So all this related information that the big data is using via artificial intelligence have implications for discrimination, and for implications for making use of this data in a non-pleasant ways, so which have implications for ethics. So that's why I believe that the industry should work closely with the regulators, and the regulators should show importance to understand the negative implications. So it's not that we have all these techniques and we have to make use of this without thinking the negative aspects. The negative aspects are there, but with the relevant focus, it can be minimized, and the risk can be minimized as well. Thank you.
Okay, and then I think this is the last questions we have to answer. Other than financial literacy, which is already put in accounts, who should be responsible for the technology literacy, particularly in rural area like Indonesia, like you say, no problem with the big city, but we have the rural area and the very many islands here in Indonesia. We have a problem with this technology literacy.
Thank you. This is also another good question. Of course, I believe there are programs at your country's level, and there is also an interest from the bank, from Bank Indonesia, from OJK, and from other institutions like BPK and several other institutions. So it is important for these institutions to create an environment that has the high financial literacy. And I think there is also World Bank programs that works very closely with countries like Indonesia and other countries in the region. Also, I believe there are initiatives going on from Asian Development Bank so that they can create more literacy, more financial literacy at the country level. It's the matter of coordinating all these efforts. So we see individual efforts going on at different levels, but perhaps a strategy should be there. A government strategy should be there that can coordinate all these efforts, because your country is a large country with several islands and many cities or towns being very far from the capital city. So I think regional coordination, and then this is bringing the efforts at the local level is very important. So having the strategy there, I'm not sure how this is happening in Indonesia, but I believe that each institution has their own objective to increase this. So I think such efforts can be coordinated to make it more effective and to create a more local talent, because the country has all this population, the country has all this potential, but you need more people. And the World Bank report that I was reading, it requires you to have more and more tech people on board. So you need to raise your own. You need to raise your own employment. You need to raise your own people. That's why I think such coordinated efforts at all levels that can increase this financial literacy related activities in your country. Thank you.
Okay, look here, Pak Leo, raise hands. Any question or you give a comments?
Yes, I would like to get some insight from you, Professor Mariam, actually. But before that, I would like to add something about who's responsible for the financial literacy in countries, Indonesia, for example. I think the university also has this responsibility because we have students, they are financially literate, and we have so many of them. So I think we can, make a good use of this, let's say, financial literacy agents.
That's a perfect point, Leo. I totally agree, because in such very important remit, we cannot avoid the contribution of our universities. Universities are there to provide training. Universities are there to provide access to education and many other areas. So, as I said, it really requires a coordinated effort, which will include all these stakeholders. And who will do that? Of course, we expect this to come from the policymakers. So such efforts can bring together all the strengths at different levels, and this can be channeled to make the financial literacy related activities more effective. I totally agree with you.
And here's my questions, actually. I've been wondering the reverse causality between financial inclusion and the financial technology or fintech. Of course, the purpose of financial digitalizations is financial inclusion. However, for us, for researchers, we can see that there is a potential reverse causality between inclusion and the financial digitalizations. What do you think about it? Because you mentioned earlier that you saw profitability in the not in the rural area, right? And you're worried, and you were worrying about the rural area. So can we get your insight? Actually, which one comes first? Financial inclusion, and then literacy, or literacy then inclusion? Because in one of your slides, it's actually not quite surprising. This Indonesian data, we know that our financial literacy is quite low, it's like 30%, while the financial inclusion is quite high, right? So we can see the gap here, and I believe there will be a negative effect of that. Let's say I will say as a forced financial inclusion. And what do you think about it?
This is a very good question, and I think we should do some more research on this area to understand this causality related issues, where it goes. But when you look at the figures, and when you look at the developments, we have seen how people have tendency to make use of the new developments. Let's give an example. If you ask any MSME owner, okay, in the rural part, if they own a smartphone, okay, this could be an iPhone, Samsung, or anything, yes, yeah. We can see that everyone, I mean, not maybe everyone, but majority of them, almost everyone has a Facebook account. Okay, yes, they make use of Facebook, and they have their smartphones. Yes, so we are now seeing increasingly how these smartphones are being used in having access to technology and having access to some other areas, like by using your smartphone, you can apply for a loan. Yes, you can use any app for the peer-to-peer lending platform and ask for a loan in order to help you with your own business. So there is an inclination for the individuals. Maybe financial literacy is not there, but people are getting more technologically oriented. Do we agree on this?
Yes.
Okay. And the importance of social media, the importance of all this, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, social media actually is boosting people inclination towards tech use. Yeah. So this is happening. Okay. Now, when it comes to literacy, financial literacy, we can see that there is now this platform for people that we can invest on this. Because if people have now inclination to use more tech, if people have now having access to internet so that they can have more engagement at the social level, increasing use of social media, then there is this availability there that the governments think about to improve the financial literacy so that we can make use of this base, the base that has happened via tech-related developments, in order to build more and more financial literacy-related developments. So my inclination towards these developments is that the people are really engaging with the tech. Okay, maybe they are not engaging with the tech for the purpose of utilizing fintech, but ultimately the situation is going there. When people start using their phone, then they can start using apps to do payments, electronic payments. Then they can start utilizing any other apps towards their businesses. So in the past, maybe they were only utilizing businesses, the cash, only the cash. But now we can see how this use of smartphones is allowing businesses to make use of this digitalization, digital advancements. So I think now the base is there, the customer base is there, the people tendency towards using technology is there. Now it's the matter of utilizing the right strategies to show people the techniques, the tools that they can make use of it for the best interest of their businesses. So that with such, again, efforts to bring people level up in order to make them to utilize more technological advancements, I think the base is there. And the social media related developments for people utilizing their phones to have access to various social media related things have given us this opportunity to build these improvements.
Okay, so I think it's very clear explanation from Professor Miriam's, and we are already at the end of this sessions. Thank you very much, Professor Miriam, for your insight, for your presentations. And I'll keep the screens back to the our MC, Mbak Reza.
Yes. Okay, thank you for the wonderful sharing, Professor Mariam. And also,
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
And also the very interactive session, Dr. Harjum Muharram. It's very nice to see. Okay, we would like to present a symbolic token of appreciation, a lifetime membership of Indonesian Finance Association and Batik before we continue with the group photo. And Dr. Harjum Muharram, please stay to present our token of appreciation to Prof. Mariam Daigun, please.
Okay, Professor, please receive our token of appreciations. This is the certificate of long life members of Indonesia Financial Associations, and also we have batik because we have batik days. We have this traditional clothes to you. I think the committee will send it to UK.
Thank you.
Yeah, this the batik. Yeah. Okay,
All
please,
right.
and thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Terima
Also,
kasih.
please stay, Professor, because we will like to have a group photo with you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I would like to invite all guest speakers and participants to turn on your camera, please. I will be counting down from 5 on each page. All right. Now, page 1. Please stand by. Okay. I will be counting down, starting now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Now page 2. Please stand by. Okay. Wow. Okay, I will be starting. Okay. I'll start counting, yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Now the last page. Please stand by. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you everybody to participate in this group photo. And don't forget, please fill the attendance link of each session for today's plenary sessions in order to get the conference certificate. Okay. All right then.
Thank you, Mariam.
Thank you, Mariam.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Terima kasih.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Mariam, again.
Thank you.
All right. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Irwan Adi Eka Putra, the President of Indonesia Finance Association, to give the Best Paper Award announcement and a closing remarks. Prof. Irwan, the screen is now yours.
Thank you, Raisya. So, ladies and gentlemen, participants, and Professor Mariam, all the attendees, now it's time to share the best paper. Maybe I have to, can I share my screen? Raisya? I think.
Yes,
I'll do that.
yes, Prof, you can.
Okay, hold on. So it's time for Best Paper Award. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes.
So I will, yes, okay, thank you. I will start with the third best paper. So here is the third best paper, the impact of geopolitical risk, state ownership, and group affiliations on Indonesian firms' cash reserves. written by Sandra and Kim Sung Suk from Universitas Pelita Harapan Indonesia. Please give a big round of applause to all the authors. The second best paper is this one, Do Board Networks Matter for Cash Holdings and Firm Performance? Evidence from the Australian IPO Market by Lauren J. Rumokaya, Richard Chung, and Benjamin Lu from Universitas Samratulangi, Indonesia. Congratulations to the second best paper. And finally, the best paper goes to this paper, How do Insider Trading Incentives Shape Non-Financial Disclosures? Evidence from Product and Business Expansion Disclosures, from written by Guanming He from Durham University, UK. So congratulations to Guanming He. Let me stop sharing my screen. So I guess I will directly, before I close the conference, I would like to thank all participants, attendants, honorable guests, speakers, and also sponsors who have participated from the very beginning, from yesterday until the end. And last but not least, Professor Miriam Doigan, for your very interesting presentation. And I still see also some VIPs during this closing ceremony. I could not name them one by one, but I really thank you all for attending this conference. I do hope that you will all be actively involved in the future IFA conferences and meetings. And if you have a friend or a colleague who has not joined the IFA, maybe you can invite them to do so in the next meeting or conferences. So I guess I will close the Indonesian Finance Association International Conference by saying Alhamdulillahirabbil Alamin. And once again, thank you for everybody for joining this conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yep. All right. So again, thank you so much, Professor Irwan, for the wonderful remarks, and congratulations to all winners of the Best Paper Award. And again, I would like to thank all of distinguished speakers and participants for joining and contributing in our 2 days event. The 7th Indonesian Finance Association International Conference is supported by IFA, IDX, KPAE, KSEI, Universitas 11 Maret, Universitas Gajah Mada, Universitas Indonesia, Universitas Lampung, and Universitas Samratulangi. We have to see you again next year. Goodbye, everybody. See you next year.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Prof. Irwan,
Bye-bye.
Prof. Tande,
Thank
Lilin,
you.
semuanya.
Thank you,
Pak
everyone.
Harjo,
Terima
terima
kasih.
kasih.
Terima
Pak
kasih.
Zilli.
Ya, luar biasa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Okay. Thank you.
Sudah tergabung dari
Prof. Ted masih jadi juri itu.
Pak Nur, terima kasih sudah ikut
Pak Ted.
terus.
Terima kasih Pak Agung.
Ya sama Mas. Ya.
Yes,
Sukses.
halo.
Halo,
Saya. Halo.
Ya, halo, Prof. Ted sudah selesai.
Apa kabar? Ini belum ini. Dua screen ini. Jadi maaf, saya kebetulan ada selipahan juga.
Ya, ini ada.